Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of Finance and Corporate Services to order. We have a very busy agenda, so we will be keeping as close as we can to timelines. Reminder to Council about the 5-minute rule. We will start with the consent items. Can I get a mover for those? Moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Questions on the consent items? Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I have a question with regards to the first one, the parkland acquisition. And I just want to understand, have we approached the company at all to just ask if they would dedicate this land to the city? I know it's an important piece for the Huron Natural Area and the trail, but have we taken that approach, or are we just going right out and going to purchase it?
Who could speak to that? Oh, if you could just push the button in front.
I'm not here frequently enough to know.
There you go.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Through a consent item for severance and rezoning, staff took a parkland dedication for about 25% of the land needed to achieve that trail corridor. And Activa Holdings and East Forest Homes have been really excellent to work with. They realize what we're trying to achieve, what Council's trying to achieve with the open space trail system, and have really helped us to prepare this. The proposed purchase for the remaining square meters of that trail corridor. Okay, so they've already donated. We just need an additional piece of land. That's correct. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions on the consent items. Those in favor? And opposed? None opposed? Very good. Okay, we'll move on to the item for food trucks. We will be hearing from staff first on this item. Mr. Bloom, Ms. Harris, when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Davey and members of committee. Ms. Harris and I will provide you just an overview of the context as well as the proposal from staff. I think it's probably goes without saying, but should be said anyway, that within our restaurant community, there is a full range of opinions on the food truck issue. There are restaurants that fully support food trucks and what they can bring to the community and the area, and there are those that are probably on the opposite end of the spectrum and fully oppose the presence of food trucks. So because of that, I think that there's two things to be conscious of. One is not to make generalizations that all restaurants think one way or another, or all food trucks think one way or another. I think there is, on this matter, there is certainly a whole host of opinions. Because of that, when we approached the recommendation in the report, really what we wanted to strive to do is to provide opportunities for food trucks in a way that would hopefully build relationships with all of the restaurants and not simply create animosity, which there's obviously the potential for that. So we stated very clearly in the report that our goal is to provide opportunities that those relationships can be built, and we'll sort of address those as we go forward. Just in terms of what you asked us to do, if you remember a few months ago, your direction to us was to investigate the top 3 items, which are food truck zones in specific city parks as well as the Huron Business Park, look at the distance separation, and look at the fees and regulations. The last 2 items, the possibility of a food truck zone near the Innovation District, as well as discussions with opportunities for food trucks in the downtown, you had deferred until the summer, and that was largely because we've got 2 events that we're looking to host in July that would be partnership events between food truck operators and restaurants, and specifically in the downtown where they'll actually be setting up together. And this model has been used in Hamilton, for example, and has helped to build those relationships between restaurants who may not have been supportive of food trucks and the food trucks, and really helped to build those relationships. So that was part of the rationale for wanting that discussion after those events.
As you can see, the definition of a refreshment vehicle is a vehicle where refreshments are sold or offered for sale, and it includes chip wagons, hot dog carts, food trucks, ice cream trucks, etc. that went too far. The stakeholders that were consulted, you can see that we consulted with food truck operators, restaurant owners within 200 meters of parks, municipalities, the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel and Motel Association, and City of Kitchener staff. We received no feedback from the restaurants in the outlying areas, and we received correspondence from the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel and Motel Association. Refreshment vehicles in Kitchener are currently permitted on private property, provided they meet the zoning requirements, have the property owner's permission, and meet the required distance separations. In Kitchener, currently, the distance separation is on private property is 200 meters from a restaurant and 400 meters from another refreshment vehicle. They are also allowed on public property at the following locations. All of these spots are taken except for the location at Harry's Class Pool. This is what the food trucks are requesting. They want licensing fees in the range of $300 to $400 a year, curbside food truck vending on metered parking spots, a 20-meter perimeter on private property, access to all parks, school property service upon written request, and designated food truck locations throughout the city, and more community events. What restaurants are requesting, these requests came from the Ontario Restaurant Association. 100-meter distance separation from restaurants, food trucks to be required to apply for fixed site permits, and not allow food trucks to occupy any parking spaces that are needed to meet the requirements for principal use of the property.
And while I suggested that we weren't going to do consultation in the downtown, which we haven't done, we haven't consulted the BIA or the full membership, we did have a group of downtown restaurants who actually got together and wanted to be proactive and start to build a relationship sooner rather than later. And they came forward and to sort of summarize their as best I can, their position is, for them, the lunch hour is really critical to being able to sustain their business. That's really the time of day that that allows them to continue to operate downtown. But they are really interested in partnering with the food trucks to work on at times of the day outside of the lunch hour. So as a first start, they had suggested if the food trucks were interested, that on every Thursday night that the food trucks would be invited to locate throughout the downtown. They would work with their fellow restaurant neighbors to make sure that everybody's open at night, offering specials. Between ourselves and the BIA, we would provide live music, we'd provide some of the physical support to actually execute the event, and that it could actually become a regular Thursday evening event that the community could engage in every single Thursday night. As part of that, we had suggested a $150 annual fee from those food trucks interested in participating, simply to support the costs of live music, marketing, and operations, which will probably be in the range of $3,000 to $4,000 cost for the entire summer. So this would be a small component of that cost. I should just want to clarify that there was a typo in the recommendation of the report. I've circulated the typo. Initially, the report said $150 per Thursday night, and it said per event. It was intended to say per truck. So our expectation here is it's just a one-time annual fee of $150.
The following are the staff recommendations. Parks, we would recommend that they be permitted in McClellan Park, Huron Natural Area, Bud Park, and Southwest Optimus Park, with restrictions. Some of the park permit holders that use the parks use their own barbecues to raise money for their own organizations, and it would not be fair to suddenly tell them that they could not do that anymore because food trucks were in the area. Huron Business Park, permit food trucks on any private property provided they obtain the property owner's permission. A 30-meter setback from restaurants unless permission received from restaurant owners. Some restaurant owners would like to have them for special events, and if they had permission from the restaurants within that 30 meters, staff would not have a problem with allowing them. 90-meter setback from schools unless permission granted by the school. Again, that is completely, if the schools grant them permission to be on their lot, staff would not have any concerns about that. The license fee, $1,051 annually to operate on private property only, $1,947 annually to operate on private property in approved parks and city-sponsored special events. This fee is an all-in fee. It's similar to the fee that we charge for the hot dog carts sitting on the sidewalks downtown. We looked at the fees and felt that it was fair to include the special events in this fee. Special events, a special event license currently is $244 per event. And so we felt that it was fair to include everything in that fee.
So just to be clear, I think what you'll hear today from some of the delegations is you will see cities like Hamilton and Waterloo either have or are considering fees in the $300 to $500 range. Just wanted to be very clear that those fees in those cities don't include free participation in city events. So this summer, for example, we're looking at 2 food truck festivals downtown. We're looking at the Monday on Civic Square, potentially the Thursday evenings, as well as their ability to participate in a number of other special events. So there's a minimum of about $1,000 worth of value of event fees that they wouldn't have to pay built into that. So I wouldn't take the fee that say Waterloo and Hamilton are and compare it apples to apples. We believe we've built in extra value into the price of ours. So just to put it all in on a chart, you can see what is currently permitted by our bylaws down the left-hand column in terms of distance separation, all the way down to the fees. You can see what we've proposed, and then you can see what the United Food Trucks have proposed. And then just to be clear on the downtown element of that, we have not fully consulted with the BIA or their members on any aspects inside of the downtown beyond the event portfolio. And then just lastly, you've all been circulated a copy of a map, which is an illustration of those private properties which could potentially allow a food truck based on the 30-meter distance separation. So what this map shows, you'll see a number of properties that are colored yellow with hatching on it, black hatching. Those are the properties that, as of today, currently have a restaurant operating on them. So if you apply a 30-meter distance separation, so any property within 30 meters of those properties would not be able to have a food truck without some sort of council decision. So all of those properties that are colored on the map, whether it be blue, grayish green, yellow, orange, and red, are all properties that are outside of those 30-meter distance separations. We've also identified the 4 parks that are being proposed, as well as the Huron Business Park. So any area with color on it could host a food truck on private property. So in staff's opinion, for those that are interested in operating outside of the downtown, we think the distance separation provides significant opportunities all throughout the city. So with that, staff are here to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you kindly for your presentation. We'll actually move to the delegations and get all the questions out of the way at the end. Mayor Zaire.
I'm just wondering if I could put that last slide up. I know that the dollar figures are in our, enclosed in our report, but that one last slide, I think, summarizes it all. If that could just stay up there, that would be helpful. Thank you. Okay. I do have a number of people in the queue here, but we are going to be going to the delegations.
So just to give a heads up in terms of timing, we do have presently 8 delegations for this item, and we do have a further 2 for the gas item later on. So that's, we're looking at an hour if there's no questions from council added already. So I would encourage council to try and keep their questions to a minimum. Starting off, we will have Mr. James Howe. Oh, Councillor Gazzola, sorry.
No, I was just wondering, is it not possible to ask a few questions of staff, and perhaps that will save some questions later on?
We could. I'm just my concern is just going to add time. We're going to ask the same questions that are asked by the delegations. If you choose to, I would be okay with that.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get into my head what's a level playing field, and to me, I thought that's something staff should be.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll leave it, and I'll ask the delegates. Okay, that's fine.
I would prefer that. Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. Mr. Howe, you've been here before. You're familiar with your 5 minutes. When you're ready, sir.
Thank you. A good question you might be thinking is, why do I, as a citizen of Kitchener, care so much about food trucks? I've had that question a number of times recently. So why have I been advocating for food trucks for years? Why should I care so much about your decision? Well, for me, it's about the kind of city that we want. Do we want a city that embraces opportunities to develop vibrant streets and successful places? Or do we bog them down with bureaucracy and cautiously tiptoe towards them? The answer affects the city's economic development strategy. Are we serious about attracting and retaining people who contribute to a strong, diverse economy? Will businesses invest in an innovation district in a city that so slowly responds to a major change in a service industry? Your decision affects the perception of Kitchener and its ability to attract and retain the talent and businesses that you desire. With the report that you just saw, there was a major omission on the list of people that were consulted, despite the fact that myself and another citizen were here at the last meeting. There's no voices of citizens in that report. Now, I'm sure you've all heard from people, food trucks are popular. Let's take what the people of Kitchener think into consideration in making this decision, not just the businesses that have vested interests. So I'm here today to, at least from my perspective, share what many citizens that I know think. We need to open the doors to food trucks in Kitchener. First off, the proposed rates are much, much too high, especially for the very limited opportunities that are being granted. Based on the city's own logic in its report, the most any food truck should be charged is $778, which is what renewing chip wagons are paying. Even that rate, though, is not competitive with Waterloo next door or the nearby market, 500,000 people living in Hamilton, equivalent to the whole region of Waterloo. And that special event fee, the $244, I'm organizing an event for the Central Frederick Neighborhood Association, or involved in it, and my responsibility was to see about getting some food trucks. My understanding was that that $244 was not per truck, but was for the event and included a number of trucks. And so being all-inclusive isn't as much of a saving as was mentioned. And as a downtown resident, I am especially disappointed that the report keeps food trucks as a novelty, not only in the downtown core, but in any of the downtown resident neighborhoods in Ward 9 or Ward 10. Making food trucks a special attraction that is heavily promoted is what isn't fair to downtown restaurants, because it makes people come only at special times and they're coming for the food trucks, they're not coming for the downtown. Let's pilot 1, 2, or 3 food truck locations in or near the downtown core. Making them a part of the daily downtown experience gives restaurants a better sense of what it's like to have food trucks as a part of the downtown mix. Then they know what the real impact is. Right now, they don't. I am a big fan of restaurants in downtown Kitchener. I co-led for a year Kitchener Eats. We, over a period of a year, we took people and introduced them to restaurants, and I made sure that at least half those restaurants were in downtown Kitchener. I regularly buy food at downtown restaurants. I will continue, even if you gave full access to food trucks, I will continue to spend more money at restaurants than I will on food trucks.
Okay,
we
Mr.
all
Howe,
will.
Mr. Howe, you're over your 5 minutes. Could I ask you to wrap up, please?
Okay, I thought that was 1 minute.
No, sorry, it's 30 seconds at the end, and the bell goes. My
Okay.
apologies. If I do notice there are a number of members of council in the queue here. If you have questions of Mr. Howe, could you please, I guess, click out if you're not asking Mr. Howe any questions? Sorry, Mr. Howe, did you want to wrap up, or are you complete?
Downtown Kitchener needs the vibrancy provided by the people food trucks put on the streets. People, especially those living in downtown neighborhoods or working in our core, want food trucks. Don't let the people in Wards 9 and 10 down. Give them a choice. As Jane Jacobs wrote, downtown has had the capability of providing something for everybody only because it has been created by everybody. So let's hear the voices of the citizens of Kitchener in making this decision.
Thank you. 2 questions. Mr. Rabinovich. Sorry, Councillor Rabinovich.
It's okay, no problem. Thanks, James, for coming in today. Certainly have been passionate about this issue for some time. I guess 2 quick questions. If you were, just to be clear, I mean, obviously you have a range of views, and I've read your blog on this issue. If I'm clear, you're the main 2 things you're looking for are to see a reduced, more reasonable fee, and the second one being, while, if I understood you correctly, while you would like to see food trucks in the downtown sooner rather than later, if they're not within the downtown, you at least want to see them in the broader downtown neighborhoods as a possibility. Is that correct?
Yes, I would see $7.78 as being the max for a fee, but I think even there you're at risk of having food trucks operate in Waterloo and Hamilton and not Kitchener. I think having them downtown in the core or just outside of the official core is important, and I would suggest having at least one position there. But people who live in downtown neighborhoods like being able to walk to many of the features that are downtown. And right now, except for special events, they would have to get in a car and drive to a park in the other areas of the city.
Okay, and my second question is, obviously what we're talking about is bringing something new in growing something that is still a bit of an unknown. And when there is unknowns, that sometimes causes some anxiety. My question to you is, from your perspective as a citizen, how do we find that right balance between, the investments that food trucks make in terms of their trucks and, licensing and insurance, and the investments that bricks and mortar people pay with, significant leasehold improvements, rent or building purchase, taxes, all that kind of thing?
Well, I think you're pretty close already. to be honest. I think the report that you basically saw now is what I anticipated in February, if not earlier. So, and I think that is as a direct result of Council's motion last time, which at least unlocked the door for food trucks. But the fee as it is now is prohibitive, so that has to be at a more reasonable level, especially compared to nearby cities. And I really do think, and I've had this discussion with at least one local restaurant owner, you know, where they notice a difference when when a food truck is on City Hall and City Hall is promoting it. But they have no idea what it would be like if a food truck was 30 meters away from them. So I think we have to have a real pilot program that gives food trucks a few spaces downtown so restaurants can see what the reality is instead of just their own fears.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I have some more questions of staff and might have of the other delegations, as well as a motion I'd like to bring forward at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm going to have questions of staff also, too. So, first, I'd like to commend you for taking part in this discussion. I think you're truly objective because you don't own a restaurant and you don't own a truck. And also the point you made, I thought was a glaring error in that we listed all the stakeholders and the general public were not on that list. And you pointed that out, and I think I'm trying to find in my mind, I think we need to be fair, and so I need to understand, is it possible to have a level playing field, and what do we have to do if that's the case to have a level playing field? Can you comment on that?
Well, I think in a way, you have to treat food trucks as a new type of business. If we've had a lot of restaurants opening up in downtown Kitchener, and I think that's great, but the restaurants are competing against other restaurants. They're not really competing against food trucks because food trucks don't have air conditioning. They don't have, you can't sit on a patio and have a beer while you eat your food. On a rainy day, you know, you can go inside a restaurant. Food trucks are probably sitting there quietly. So, you know, so in some ways I'm just saying that I think to strive for a level of playing field is trying to, you know, make an apple into a banana. I mean, they're both fruits, but they're different fruits. And so I think it's really just a matter of having what you think is a fair licensing fee for a new food industry trend that is very popular.
All right, I'm not sure that clearly answers my concerns, but thank you.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much, James. I appreciate your passion about both industries, the new evolving food trucks, and I'm sure you've sampled a number of those, and the restaurants. Wondering about the number of restaurants you've spoken to about this issue. You spoke to one restaurateur. What was their take? I'm not sure if I got a thumbs up or a thumbs down on food trucks about the restaurant you spoke to, and have you spoken to any other restaurants?
Well, it was Leanne from Cababine, and she's not in favor of food trucks from what I understand. She's not keen on it. In our conversation anyhow, I don't want to speak for her, but she did recognize there was a difference between giving special preference and making food trucks a special attraction as opposed to having them there on a regular basis, which would be a more a better comparison of what the actual impact would be.
So you understand there's some sensitivity on behalf of some restaurants. Have you spoken to any other restaurants about that?
No, there's one other I had hoped to, but it hasn't happened. But they haven't approached me either.
enough.
And I've been open to that.
Sure. Wondering where you think the locations should be. You talked about 2 or 3 locations. Do you have any in mind?
Well, I do have a few locations that I've suggested. I'm not dead set on those locations, but I thought that behind City Hall on Duke Street might be one. Another one might be on King Street between Benton and Scott, which is a bit of a dead zone and would help to connect the Market District to the rest of the downtown. And I thought there should be a third one that would serve businesses in the tannery. And some of that too is to get people out of Manulife, get people out of the businesses at the tannery. Food truck service, it takes time. So a lot of times people end up going to a restaurant because they don't want to wait in line. Or they don't have that amount of time at lunch. And so, so having, a couple trial locations could actually benefit restaurants.
So you're saying a pilot for a year. What are you suggesting?
Well, for at least a year.
Okay.
I really would have preferred to have had this discussion back in November or something, but because the time is short. But yeah, for at least one summer.
Thanks for your interest in this.
And Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, James, again, thanks for coming in. I had just 2 quick questions. I share your opinion on the fees being too high, so I just wanted to ask you, when you hear from staff the suggestion that the higher fee includes added value, what's your opinion on this? I mean, does it change your mind on the fees that are 4 to 6 times higher than nearby cities?
In short, based upon my understanding of what the fee could potentially include, no, because from what I understand, for the Honer Porch Party, we could have had multiple food trucks for the special event fee. And in Waterloo, the fee includes several spots right in the uptown area on a daily basis. So there's no comparison there.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Bloom, do you have a clarification?
Yeah, through the chair, just a point of clarification on my earlier comment. So, for example, in Waterloo, they will pay the licensing fee, but if they want to participate in Busker Festival, for example, the event organizers charge a fee of approximately $300. I'm not sure what the Jazz Festival, but there's a number of events there. So, in addition to their fee for the license, they will have to pay an event fee, not to confuse it with the licensing fee for the festival.
Okay, and just again, so I understand as well, in your presentation, I thought you put an approximate value on that of $1,000.
Through the chair, if you most events of this nature would be a $300 fee from the event organizers per event. So if you think of two food truck festivals, there's about $300 per festival that normal cities would be charging every food truck to attend. So there's about $600 there. And if you think of the other items typically get licensed by truck. So for example, Civic Square, each food truck would have to pay the $244 fee, as well as for the Thursday would be a per truck fee. So there's another $600 there almost. So that's where the $1,000 came from.
Appreciate that. Sorry, Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. I was going to ask you, but then we got into the delegation. Second question, James. What's your opinion on allowing food trucks in Victoria Park in my ward?
I can't imagine having food trucks in Kitchener and not having them at Victoria Park. I think, and maybe this is my bias as being associated with Treehouse Collaborative Workspace, I think having a food truck near the entrance on Joseph Street would be fantastic in terms of turning that area into an outdoor lunch space, especially for people working at Manulife and working in the Tannery District. And I didn't figure out the distance between the boathouse and the pavilion, but I can't imagine that food trucks near the pavilion would be competing with the boathouse, especially for the parents and people using the pavilion. They're not likely to be walking over to the boathouse unless the option closer to them is too busy.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions, Mr. Howe. Thank you for coming in. Okay, next we have Nadia Dragusanu. You might want to correct the pronunciation on that for me. Good morning. And
Good morning.
Just a reminder, yes, you have 5 minutes, and when you do hear the bell ring, that means you have 30 seconds remaining, okay?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nadia Dragusanu. I live in Kitchener. I own Café de Mode Creperie. I'd like to start off by thanking Hillary and Corey for helping us over the last 2 years to be at City Hall, and move straight to the one point that I'd like to focus on, which is private property. In Hamilton, private property supersedes any perimeter. In Waterloo, we have a 10-meter distance, so private property parking really isn't an issue because it's only 10 meters. So what we would like, or I would like to propose is looking at private property in terms of if you have two businesses willing to work together, if a private property owner is allowing a food truck to come in and park on their property, to look at what Hamilton's doing, for example, and have the private property agreement supersede any parameter. Or at least look at Kitchener's, Waterloo's 10-meter range. I'd also like to touch base on the special events fee. For example, in Hamilton, I actually have a license to participate in So Hungry. That license includes private property vending. It also, if there are any events outside of private property vending, for example, any festivals, we would have to pay that fee to participate in a festival. With regards to Kitchener and the fee including, for example, the $1,900 justification, if we were to participate in the Blues Festival, we would still be paying up to $1,400. So yes, we're being charged $19, and according to Corey, it does include some city festivals. But if you look at throughout, we're paying $1,900 plus another $1,500 for the Blues and any other Oktoberfest, for example. So just wanted to touch base on that. In terms of food trucks and hot dog carts and justifying the cost, hot dog carts are actually fixed. They can operate in actually prime locations. The city does pay to clean up after them and post ads, whereas for food trucks, you would do neither of. So looking at that comparison between food trucks and hot dog carts and justifying a fee, just wanted to raise that point as well. And lastly, I did also speak with a retail store owner in downtown Kitchener who indicated they're pro food trucks, and we actually bring in people to their businesses, and they've seen that before. And also it was said that the BIA never solicited their feedback on what they think would be a fair level for BIA and food trucks. So we're hearing one side of the BIA. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Ioannidis?
Thank you for coming in, and you touched upon one of the questions I wanted to ask staff, and that was regarding private property. And as far as what I was aware of, I thought already in the bylaw that if a food truck wanted to operate partner up with a business and that it was within the proper zoning, that would be allowable for a food truck to operate on private property.
The distance of separation does still matter, and right now it's property line to property line. And if we are allowed, we would have to still get authorization from restaurants around as well. So it's allowed, but with restrictions and requirements.
Okay, so I would like to hear some clarification on that, because I think that's going to be brought up a few times, and I think it's important.
Okay, I do want to steer clear of asking questions of staff until the end. We still have several delegations. Would you mind holding that question until?
Okay, sure. I just think it's going to be brought up several times.
Well, yeah, actually, it's another. I suppose I could have mentioned that to the other people that are scheduled to speak as well. If
okay, that's
you're,
fine.
yeah. Okay. Sure. Do you have further questions?
As you wish. No, that's.
Thank you, Councillor Yaneski.
Yes, thank you. What type of business do you operate?
I own a crepe trailer, so we do mobile crepes. It's a creperie.
Okay, is that what you operate in the other cities as well?
Sorry?
Is that what you operate in other municipalities
Yes.
as well? Well, you also said that you're in Hamilton and other municipalities. Do they allow food trucks on private property more than one? You could have maybe 2 or 3 there, because you could be serving one type of food product and they could be doing ribs and whatever, and somebody else is doing something else. Is that permitted, or you're only allowed one?
Multiple, actually. There's a program, Food Truck Alley, and they have multiple. It's an unlimited number, as many food trucks that can fill that private property space that the owners have leased out. So it's not just 1 or 2. It's open to as many can fit on the property.
And they're side by side, more or less, within a few feet of each other, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and do they provide seating or anything of that nature, or do you just take your food and then you got to walk away or eat in your car, or how?
Right. So some of the food trucks have stands where people can actually eat next to the food truck. The nature of our business is you come in and you go, because there really isn't a facility for you to sit down. So it would be you purchase takeaway, essentially, or some of them actually hang around and go through different food trucks. And as well, they can, with some food trucks, they do have little standby, you can say, tables that people can just stand up and eat at.
Okay. And have you had any problems with cleanup afterwards, that the municipalities have been after you, or is it self-cleaning and you do a good job and it's not an issue?
Food trucks are pretty good at cleaning up after themselves. Each food truck would have a garbage bin next to them, and they take away their garbage. I know some cities actually, the way they enforce that rule is if you do have an area that you've vended at and it's not left in proper condition, they will clean up after you and then fine you later.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have questions on private property, which I would have liked to have seen cleared up, so I'll wait.
I appreciate that. Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Brad Schmuck.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'd just like to, I'm Brad Schmuck, I'm with the Schmuck Truck, resident of Kitchener, been here 4th generation resident of Kitchener. Just like to speak about operating my my small business in Kitchener. Right now, the way it's set out, there's too many restrictions for me to operate in Kitchener right now, and I'd like to kind of work those details out right now. So a few of the issues that we have, or I have, are one is the fee, which is discussed. 2 is the distance, which we've also discussed. And with those restrictions, I'm not able to operate my business, and we are an extremely small business. You know, we just did this event at the auditorium this weekend, and with that, with the event we did, we had I had a 20% cost on that business just to operate that day. I know there's been a lot of talk about we don't pay property taxes, we just come and go, but in fact, I pay property taxes in Kitchener. So when these fees come on and say there's property taxes included in them, it's really not that fact, because I pay property taxes in Kitchener and I want to be able to rent a property in Kitchener. And when we do that, we are taking that fee part of it, which everyone has a problem with, the property taxes, and we are paying those. But right now we can't operate in the city. So what we're asking is, give us a chance to operate, open up the city to us. With these restrictions of not being allowed anywhere, we can't operate a business in Kitchener. So I would like to be able to have not a free reign of the city, but have the option to work with different businesses in the city. I have started to build relationships with different people. For instance, Factory Shoe is one of those places where I would like to set up on maybe one Saturday a month, for the summer, and have some sort of correlation with them. We talk to Central Meat Markets to feature some of their products off our truck on a rotating basis. Now, it's not going to be every day we're going there, because they sell their own food off of there, but there's different things that we want to do in this city that would benefit other businesses in the city. So what I'm asking is, we need to look at the greater picture here and not just focus on the negative part of our business and look at the positive part of our business and work towards a common goal for everyone. It's simple that I just can't afford to operate with the fee that's proposed right now. I mean, there's no way that I can pay 20% of my sales to the city for my yearly operation. I mean, now we're talking May and we still can't operate. So, and our season pretty much ends at the end of September. So, we can't operate pay that amount of money to operate for 6 months a year. And to touch on the Thursday nights, last year we built Thursday lunches here at City Hall. And I've had emails this year saying, when are you coming back Thursday lunches? And I simply have to say, I can't come back. So I'm losing business because I just can't operate. So if we're going to build a Thursday night, why not build a Thursday all day? It just makes sense to me. To be honest, I don't really want to work a Monday lunch. I've been in the business for 20 years. Monday lunches is probably the worst day in the whole week. So everyone brings leftovers from the weekend. So those types of things, we would like to build on. Like, let's build on that Thursday. That's fine, but give us a Thursday lunch. Another aspect is, the Huron Business Park is a great avenue, but that seems to be the only spot we can go right now. So we need to get the whole city involved. There's other business parks, there's other businesses we can benefit to, and just let us figure out what doesn't work this year, and then we can kind of put our restrictions on there.
Thank you, Mr. Schmuck. There are several questions, starting with Mayor Zaire.
Thanks for coming in, Mr. Schmuck. I just have one question. You referenced paying property taxes. Are you referring to another business location, or are you referring to your residence? What are you referring to?
I pay a residential property tax, so I run a home-based business essentially right now, where my truck is my business, but I run it out of my house. So I pay that, but I don't have the opportunity to rent a spot in Kitchener because I can't operate. So I have looked at properties in Kitchener, but with all the restrictions, it doesn't make sense for me to operate in Kitchener.
So I just want to be clear and clarify. So the property taxes you're referring to are for your residence, is that correct? And only the residents?
Only, yeah. I don't rent a property in Kitchener.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Brian, for coming in. Sorry, Brad. Thank you for the clarification. How many hours would you say you would like to be available with your truck? in a week?
In a week?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That would be viable for you, or I mean, just for your general association. Do you have a sense of how many hours a week you'd like to be available?
in Kitchener,
Yeah.
I mean, we would like a spot 7 days a week, as many hours as we can operate, right? You know, within the, you know, lunch service and dinner service. We just want a daily access. That's all we want. The hours, I mean, you're talking 11 till 2 for lunch, and, you know, 4 till 8, 9 for dinner. So, I mean, there is a potential for late night, you know, with the bar crowd, but I don't really want to work those hours. So, we're looking for more lunch and dinner, and that's when people are eating. So, that's basically all we're looking for, is a full week schedule that we're able to operate in those hours.
So roughly 42, I'm just doing a quick tally, 6 hours a day, roughly 7 days a week, 42 hours a week.
Approximately, yeah.
Approximately.
Yeah.
And that's only making yourself available. That's not prep time and all the other stuff that you have to do.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely, yeah. I mean, I worked 40 hours this weekend, so, you know, I was on the truck and doing all the prep and cleanup, so.
And you said that basically your truck is available for food vending 5 months out of the year.
You know, weather-wise, it's 6 months. I mean, we're talking, you know, this year it was April before the end of April. Last weekend was really the only weekend that we've had this year so far, and then it goes on from here. We're a weather-dependent business.
Of course. And you talked about Thursday lunches. Are there other, maybe this is a rhetorical question because I've just asked you how many hours you'd like to be available. So essentially you would like to do lunches other days as well. I mean, we're talking about Thursday lunches, but are there, and you said Mondays are not worthwhile doing. Are there other days that you and your group have identified as a good sell day?
Well, in the business, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday are the days that you're busy. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are generally slower and gradually get busier as the week goes on. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, Thursday, Friday, Saturday are the 3 busiest days of the week.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Gazzola?
You referred to the possibility of setting up at a place like Factory Shoes. If you were to do that, would you have to pay rent to do that?
Well, yeah, you would have to pay some sort of rent. What it is, you don't know. You're only there for a few hours, so.
No, that's fine. So you would have to pay rent.
Yes.
The other thing is, can you tell me whether that location has zoning that would allow you to do that?
I haven't looked fully into that zoning, but you know, those are just potentials for the business. So
that's a question I'd like to ask staff. I didn't expect you to have the answer. Can I ask staff that? No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just if there's a second time this comes, if you want to ask staff the question, go ahead.
I can ask that. It's one. Can staff tell me does zoning allow something, or if it doesn't allow it, is it allowed? If it isn't restricted.
Through the chair, I don't know the exact zoning. I'm just looking at the distance separation map. My guess is yes, the property probably does allow a restaurant type use. It looks like there are a few restaurants within close proximity to that site, which is why it doesn't show up as a colored on our map. So in order for Mr. Schmuck to operate there, he would need permissions from any restaurant within 30 meters of that site.
I'm concerned about our rules, about zoning. The zoning does allow that. I'm really concerned, generally speaking, does zoning specifically indicate when it comes to this sort of a use, or if it isn't indicated, is it allowable?
Mr. Bloom.
So through the chair, I'm about 95% sure that property does permit a restaurant.
I still want to go broader across the city when it is on a private property location. Does zoning speak to food trucks, or if it doesn't speak to food trucks, does that mean that they're allowed.
Through the chair, we would probably classify it as a restaurant. Under the zoning bylaw, restaurant captures every type of restaurant, regardless of, as long as basically you're selling food. And if you look on the map, the zones outside of the downtown that permit restaurants are listed there. So business park zone, commercial residential zone, commercial zone, industrial zone, and mixed use corridor zone. Although I do believe the commercial residential zone, there are not all of them permit restaurants.
Okay, you sort of answered my question that you're making an interpretation then that these are restaurants, but we don't really have any strict rules at this point. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my question would be, how many different cities or licenses do you pay for in a year?
Well, right now I have a Hamilton license. And hopefully get a Waterloo license. So with both of those licenses, it's around $800 approximately. And the problem is that the business won't be sustainable in one city alone. So that's why we need to have multiple cities. And especially in our area, you know, the population for Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge is 300,000+ people. But in Hamilton alone, it's 500,000 plus people, and that includes, Dundas, Ancaster, like the whole Halton region is what we're classed under for Hamilton. So when we do events in those regions, in that region, we don't get health, like we don't have to apply for a different health inspection because it's all under the one region. The same as the Waterloo Regional Health is all under the region of Waterloo, where we wouldn't have to continuously get different licenses from those people. So that's where the convenience comes in for the city. Is, you know, we would have one license fee, and you wouldn't have to spend all the time on all these special events because we would be already licensed for the city. Mm-hmm. So it in fact save time and money, I think.
So maybe eventually down the road, it may be easier if there was just one license fee for the whole entire region?
It probably would be, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much. Just a couple questions for you, and thanks for coming in today. In terms of the average food truck, just so that we have an idea, how many people would the average food truck employ?
When we're operating, we have 3 or 4 people that can run the truck on a given day, and then it all depends how busy you are on how much food you go through and how much prep you need to do. So you could employ, right now there's only 2 of us on my truck, and then we have a part-time employee or 2 part-time employees that come on. So you're talking 4 people, and if we're busier, then those become full-time jobs, and you could potentially have 4 full-time jobs on a food truck. I mean, we're small scale. I'm only 130 square feet, so when we're talking this type of business, we're really small scale considering a restaurant size and our size. So there's really no comparison that way. But if we get busier, then we add more people as we go. So we are creating jobs.
Right, because you need people in the background doing all your prep and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we need, there's at least one full-time job doing all the prep and getting everything done, and plus myself. So
sure. And the other question I have, in terms of like all of your product and supplies and so on, typically would most of that come from local suppliers?
We do source a lot of local products. We use a local butcher, local baker. And we just like to use the localness because, from my perspective, I like to be the food to mouth kind of guy, right? And that's the whole idea of our business is we're putting the good food, fresh food, local food, and we're showcasing that on our truck. And we're helping the local businesses with promoting their product as well. We go to farmers markets, Kitchener Market. We use those vendors that are in those markets, and we showcase their products. So yeah, we definitely use as much local as we can.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
Yes, thank you. A lot of the restaurants that are in the downtown and in different plazas, etc., serve their particular products, what they specialize in, and a number of them have liquor licenses to have a beer with your meal, etc. Do you find that, I would gather that in the food truck industry there's no liquor served at all, is that correct?
No.
Do you find that a disadvantage?
At
Or is that a
times,
non-issue?
yeah, but people are coming for the food. They're not coming for a sit-down meal, right? They're coming to taste our food. So, it is a little bit of a disadvantage. If we could definitely have an outdoor park where they serve alcohol, I'm sure it would be a hit. But, I mean, with our climate, you're talking a small window of opportunity for that. So, and I mean, there's no way we could serve alcohol out of the truck.
Okay. Not that I'm promoting that for you. It's just I'm
Although it would
thinking
be
how
awesome.
much the competition, because otherwise, besides serving your food, you'd be serving pop or juice.
Yeah,
or
we
stuff
serve
like
pop, and some of the trucks have unique drinks as well, what they're showcasing, right? So, I mean, we're also using not your generic Coke and Pepsi products, but all these different, local drinks that are available out there too. So there's all different types of local products that we use.
Right. You mentioned earlier in your comments that you prefer the lunch hour and the supper hour time, but the after-hours bar scene, is that of any interest? I know in Toronto sometimes there are certain areas that are quite busy.
For some trucks, absolutely. And my products would probably sell late night, because I have poutines and stuff like that, and some of the events that I've done with the universities, that's pretty much all I've sold is our fresh cut fries and poutines. So, I mean, that would benefit from us as well. I just don't want to stay up that late, so I don't operate that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions, Mr. Schmuck. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Dave Betts.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Dave Betts from Great British Bake, and I'd like to place on record my thanks to the staff, because I know they have a very difficult job here to mediate into these situations. I'm specifically going to talk about fees and the different fees that we have in the different cities versus the one that's being proposed today here. So in Waterloo, there's a high likelihood today of a $329 fee, $200 of which will go to the BIA, $109 of which is for administration of the license for a food truck. It also includes access on a daily basis to downtown and a 10-meter restaurant rule. In Hamilton, it's $371. Private property supersedes any meterage, and we have also access daily to operations. Guelph is $324. I could actually buy all 3 city licenses twice and still get change back from a Kitchener license that's being proposed today. The value of $1,000 for special events, we can debate a lot, I think. And I think I can speak on behalf of all the food trucks that we wouldn't see $1,000 worth of benefit for special events. And I would also like to say that we have the option to opt in or out of events, and we can decide whether that event is financially viable or not. So I'd rather see a fee that says this is a licensed annual fee, and this is a fee if you want to pay for unlimited events on top. We have no access to daily downtown with this $1,947 fee as well, and this is a big concern for us in terms of making that decision. So as a business person, I could not justify spending $2,000 to become a member of the Kitchener Food Truck Association here. I would take my money and my business elsewhere, which is not what I want to do. I want to build a business here, I want to base here, and I want to build partnerships here and long-term value. I think Corey mentioned earlier about the fees for events in Waterloo and events like that. There are very few city-sponsored events where we would get that benefit, I think. For the Blues Festival here in Kitchener, we would still pay that fee. And for some of the fees up in Waterloo, we'd also do that. So I have a big concern about fees, very much a big difference. So Hungary, we don't pay too much money for that, and we also are actually becoming members of BIAs when we go down to Hamilton and pay those fees as well. That's my presentation.
Thank you kindly. Questions, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I wonder if you could just expand a little for me on when you say you pay a fee in Waterloo of $300 and some odd dollars. Does that cover a year's operation?
A year's operation, yes.
And where are you allowed to operate?
10 metres, we have some designated downtown BIA zones that we're allowed to operate in, and in prime locations that we can actually be successful as food trucks, as well as 10 metres from restaurant bases as well.
So how do you get to those spaces? Is it a first come, first serve?
It is. It is a first
so
come,
it's
first
open to everyone, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would add, too, that the report does speak specifically to the differences between Kitchener and Waterloo in that regard. Rather than repeating it, I'll just refer to it. Councillor Ioannidis?
I'm okay.
Okay. Councillor Glenn Graham?
Thanks very much, Dave. Appreciate your perspective. What would you see as the base fee that you would like to propose for Kitchener?
I think it depends also on the value. It's a hard question. It's a piece of string question, because if it's $350 but we can't be anywhere, then there's obviously no value to that fee. You can see from the other fees of equivalent jurisdictions with access to downtowns and private properties, it's within that $300 to $400 range.
Right.
We can understand that Kitchener is obviously new here, trying to introduce it, trying to find a balance, but we would look for $300 to $400 as being equivalent.
And in terms of the discussions with the uptown restaurants, what is your vibe of what they're thinking about the 10-meter separation?
In Waterloo?
Yes.
We've actually received, there's actually part of the Waterloo staff report that is actually support from the BIA in Waterloo for food trucks, because they can see the benefit and the vibrancy that food trucks bring to the area in Waterloo. And so they're actually supportive. You can read that in the publicly published report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Betts, just one question. I just wanted to clarify then. So your preference would be to have a lower absolute licensing fee and then pay extra per event?
I think we should have a standard fee so we can get an equivalence to the other fees we pay and see the value of that. And then extra fees. We get a benefit, for example, in Waterloo, where they're giving us a 50% reduction on their event fees if we're a member of the BIA, which is part of that license fee in Waterloo.
Very good. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, pardon me, Councillor Yaneski, you clicked in late. There's another question. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you. Just further to Councillor Gazzola's questioning in terms of your location in Waterloo and being there on a first-come, first-served basis. If we do, in Kitchener, do you want it to be specifically located at a particular site that you will be there at all the time and you have that priority? Or is that basically first-come, first-served for many of the truck industry people to show up, and whoever's there first gets that spot? Is that how it works, or how do you what's your preference?
As far as designated spots, I know there's another delegate that's prepared to talk on one of those areas in Kitchener, so I'll defer that to the future delegate. But as far as the way we operate as food trucks, yes, there's a lot of first comes, first serve when it's regular service, curbside service. It's very true in Waterloo. If you have to kind of stake out a spot so that you can actually get it sometimes because of parking, and it is a first come, first served basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ruben Salonga. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the council. My name is Ruben Salonga. I am the co-owner of Luchador Gourmet Streetery. I'm also the founder of United Food Trucks Unlimited. The part that I'll be addressing is more or less a more broader term. Food trucking is not just a Kitchener phenomenon that we're trying to introduce to you. I commend council for unlocking the door towards the possibilities for food trucking. What I'm asking council to do is to have the courage and leadership to actually step outside that door and see exactly what's happening in other markets. Food trucking is a global phenomenon. It is the most exciting part of a food service that's been experiencing so much difficulty. I feel for some of our restaurant brothers and sisters, food trucks were not this separate breed that should be open for conversation as something that just came up. Food trucks, many of us are food service or restaurant expatriates. We know exactly how difficult it is out there. We share, as small business owners, the same ambiguities, concerns, fears about the economy. All we want is the opportunity to be able to expose what we are doing to a market that's a little bit lagging. In nearby Waterloo, UFT got together and collaborated with city staff, with councillors, and presumably later this evening, we're probably going to be passing some amendments to the Waterloo pilot program. What you're probably going to see is the entire membership of UFT renewing its license simply because food truckers were heard and stakeholders collaborated. And that's what I'm really hopeful that we do moving forward. I know I only have 5 minutes, and essentially what I wanted to say is this. I know there's lots of reference to certain restaurants and whatnot, but straight from the city staff report, much to what James Howe said, the people haven't been represented in this discussion. And I'm not going to tell you something that I made up or is brand new. Food trucks are amazingly popular. People want food trucks. You don't have to listen to me, but that sentiment is prevailing. It's an absolute reality that I'm hoping that councillors will take into consideration. In nearby Waterloo, the BIA was consulted, and in a survey, 77% of BIA were in favor of food trucks in the core. And listen to this. Of that 77%, 61% were eateries. I understand we'd like to build on relationships, that we could collaborate with our brothers and sisters from brick and mortar, that we could collaborate with BIA merchants and retailers. We could do all those things. But we need a sustainable model that will keep us here. Everyone behind me is a business person. We just need a sustainable way for us to invest here. Here. That $1,000 that I guess is adjusted because they're applying those fees imposes or suggests that we would be participating in those Kitchener festivals. That's like me charging you for your meals before you've had it. Luchador Gourmet Streetery, maybe 6-7 weeks ago, completed its schedule for 2014. We're booked. Many of my friends behind me are also booked. We would like that option. It shouldn't be part of that. The bottom line is those fees are incredibly high. 30 seconds, let's do it. What I could tell you is my competitors are not the restaurants. My biggest competitors are these people here. They're food truckers, and I collaborate with them. I suggest we do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions? I have there we go. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Ruben, for coming in today. You'd mentioned that the food trucks are your competitors, and you've participated in events such as So Hungry in Hamilton and from your last time you appeared here. Would you say and you're concerned about the fees, would you say if the fees were reduced, would that attract other food trucks to this region to obtain licenses here?
Absolutely. At the end of the day, we're comparing the fees from comparable markets that are nearby. And if Kitchener could propose something that's within that range, something that's reasonable, then absolutely you'll see it. But the caveat there is that we have to know what we're paying for. That at the end of the day, if there isn't daily access, perhaps like at Center in the Square, as Councillor Dan mentioned, that's an excellent idea. It's, as he quoted, a restaurant wasteland. It exists well beyond any type of meterage that is being proposed here. There are so few restaurants who are required to service thousands of employees and residents. We're talking about competing openly. And competition is good. I don't need to say it out loud. Competition breeds innovation. It supports excellence, and it should be consumers who decide. Food trucking isn't this magic pill that we're going to take all the business. It's just not. We're just providing one aspect, one type of service that applies to a specific person at a specific time. That's all it is. And in doing so, we could attract so much in terms of foot traffic. We could support the community in ways that cities are struggling to find out how do we energize these exact same corridors.
Okay, so to follow up with that, so you'd mentioned your schedule is pretty well booked. So my concern is, so if we do open up everything, who's going to be able to service all of these areas if we don't, if your particular truck is booked?
When I tell you that our truck is booked, what we're really looking at is special events, which is focused on the weekends. So our weekends are essentially booked. In terms of designated or access to daily sites, that's entirely something different, and that's why we're going to walk into Waterloo later this evening in support of what's being motioned there.
Okay, thank you. That's appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
How many people in your industry that, I know you got a number of delegations and there's probably a few others that aren't able to be here, would you say would be interested in getting licenses, assuming we work everything out to the satisfaction of all parties?
The question is how many
trucking businesses are there that would be you think would be working in this area from your group?
Essentially, there is a dozen of us here now. If we could find that sustainable model at that affordable price, you're going to see all 12 apply here.
Sorry, what was the answer in the end?
All 12.
About
all
12?
of us, yes.
Have you encountered in any other municipality where, let's say you're a group of 12, maybe working in Waterloo or what other municipalities you're in, that you may get an outsider that wants to just crash, locate, find a spot that doesn't have a license, doesn't go through the regular procedure, just, it's a fly-by-night type operator. Has that ever been a problem? And do you encounter that?
To be absolutely clear, no, never.
Thank you.
And lastly, Councillor Rubenovich.
Thanks, and thanks for coming in, Ruben, and for all your work on this issue. A couple questions. First of all, in terms of the license, and we've heard some of your counterparts reference the fact that they already have a license in Hamilton. I believe you've told me in the past that you do as well. You're likely going to have them in Waterloo. You'd have them in Kitchener. So, in terms of the average day or the average month, is it fair to say that you would like, and the fact that there would be 13 of you potentially with licenses, maybe more, maybe less, is it likely that you'd probably only spend maybe a quarter or a third of your overall time in our city, as opposed to in other places? Or, if Kitchener's on board, are you likely going to be spending half or more of your time here? I'm just trying to get a sense of, what portion of the business month, for lack of, any other way of putting it, would you likely be spending in Kitchener?
Great question. If you had asked me that exact same question 6 months ago, last season, I would have told you that I'd probably be spending most of my time in Hamilton, simply because there was this complete lack of business opportunity in the greater Waterloo region. So this year, the most important piece for us is that there has been progress made in Waterloo. And because Waterloo is coming to the table with something that is actually industry leading, something that other people, friends of mine outside of the region, are looking at as an excellent program leading into stable legislation, then absolutely you're going to see us, our group, stay more towards here, because now we have both the K and the W to play in. And this is what our basic model is. If we could try to limit the amount of long distance traveling of our group here, there are 7 regional food trucks that are already licensed in Hamilton, as a testament to how difficult it is to actually succeed. This year we're very hopeful that we can indeed work here. It just has to be sustainable.
And is it my understanding that some of you at least have already approached the City of Cambridge as well to start looking at this issue, and they're looking at it but sort of waiting to see what happens north of the 401?
There has been some discussion already started. I'm one of few people probably here that has traveled as far as Niagara-on-the-Lake, Hamilton, Toronto, even the township of Puslinch. Wherever there are city councils getting together about food trucking, I'll be there. Cambridge is on our radar, and we will be having food trucks there at some point. Before that, you'll see food truck reform going on in Guelph as well.
Okay. And finally, just to be clear, essentially what I think I hear you and others having said is that from a small business viability point of view, the fee as it's proposed right now is much too high. We need to bring it down to something more reasonable. You get the notion that it needs to be competitive with others, but we need to also factor in the fact that none of you are necessarily going to be open or running potentially 7 days a week because of just the realities around the number of spots and all that kind of thing.
Our scheduling, and in talking with my friends behind me, we're very aggressive in terms of how often we're going to be working. Many of us are going to be working 6 days, sometimes even 7 days a week, simply because it's been that hard. We have to work that hard just to support our families. So,
but that could mean that one day you're in Kitchener, the next day you're in Waterloo. If Cambridge comes on board, you might be down there.
At the end, what we're hoping to do is to create designated sites here in Kitchener, so that the people of Kitchener would be able to see a variety of food trucks, not always the same one, but on a rotating basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salonga. There are no further questions.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Sandra Bender. After Ms. Bender, there are 2 more.
Good morning, Chair, Councillors. My name is Sandra Bender, and I'm the CEO at the Centre in the Square in Civic District. I'm here in support of the United Food Trucks Association and their partnership and proposals to the Centre in the Square. Basically, we're looking at 2 proposals, all stemming from their concept or their pitch to us, which we agreed upon, which was to make the Centre in the Square in the Civic District a destination for food trucks. And the 2 proposals attached to that was to make us a lunch destination, Monday to Friday, during the season, as well as to be able to have them on site during multiple events during the year. We've got an event coming up, for example, this May. We've got 4 shows over 5 days, and we've worked with them to basically bring down 3 trucks for each of those shows in order to extend services to our audience. The current proposal that we've seen, which was dated on the 11th of April, would obviously prohibit or limit our ability to work with the food trucks throughout the season, as well as during daytime and evening. For us, obviously, there are some benefits. We are a not-for-profit arts organization in a district which generally doesn't have a lot going on during the day. Most people walk across our property going to work and coming back from work. An opportunity for us to have them on site during lunch hours allows us not only to bring visitors to the gallery, but it also allows us to cross-promote our activities to what we deem an audience that's very similar to an arts and entertainment sector. We also have found previous partnerships, namely the one that we had with Bandaloop for our opening season, where a number of these food trucks actually supported us without having any concept of how many people might or might not show up. And the opportunity we had through them was cross-promotion. Their social media networks, their ability to promote events and activities generated a lot of buzz, a lot of interest, and most definitely brought people down to the venue, not only to see Bandaloop, but also ultimately to buy tickets for our season or upcoming year. Obviously, food services is also a big issue. We did market research in 2012, and food services, being the limitation of food services on site, was number 2 after parking. Our audience is telling us that they need a quick and easy and fun and creative way to both get to the center at night between work and the show time, as well as they're looking for a place to actually graze both pre, during, and post-show. And obviously, food trucks bring to us something that otherwise we would not be able to extend to our community. Obviously, there's revenue opportunities. Not-for-profit, we would be able to receive a 10% commission across their activities while on site. And while that may not sound like a lot of money in contrast to a lot of the other business that we've been talking about, the reality is, as a not-for-profit arts organization, every dollar counts, whether we put it back into our capital requirements, whether we actually help invest in some of our programming, which would not otherwise be commercially viable, such as our kids' programming in the studio. We've seen great success in our industry in the arts and entertainment. We often talk about festivals and special events, but venues that operate 365 days of the year also have a lot of great opportunities through extending their brand and association and marketing through these initiatives, largely generated by food trucks. The Sony Centre in Toronto, downtown Toronto, has had food trucks in residence on their site for a number of years. And they themselves will tell you that not only is it great because of the revenue, not only is it great because it brings people down, it creates a destination that people might not think of otherwise. Lots of foodies are lots of artsies. So for me, it's a win-win, and I hope that the council will obviously look at either expanding or at least opening up the parameters in order for the Centre and the Square to be a destination and a hub of that kind of foodie, arty, creative, whatever you want to call it, but that kind of destination for the community to engage in the Civic District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Questions? Councillor Ioannidis.
Through you, Chair Davey, and thanks, Sandra, for coming in. It's always a breath of fresh air when you come in with how much knowledge and preparation you are with your business at Centre and the Square. I guess my question is, and for the benefit of maybe other members on council who are not on the board of Centre and the Square, part of the strategic mission, strategic plan for the Centre and the Square was to create some form of service for Centre and the Square in such as food. Is that not part of one of our strategic initiatives?
It is.
Okay.
It's both a strategic initiative for us as well as the KW Art Gallery, which has refurbed their workshop, which used to be formerly the Art Bar.
Okay. So it's pretty well really recognized that there is a very lack of I guess, food for customers who do attend Centre and the Square.
We do work quite collaboratively with all of our restaurants. We cross-promote them as well in our pre-show comms. But the reality is we're similar to site-specific events. When it's a slam, whether it's food, drink, washroom lines, you name it. And the food trucks obviously give us not only services on site, but a capacity to deliver between 700 to upwards of 2,000 people on site at the same time looking for the same service.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Councillor Yaneski.
I thank you for coming in and your passionate presentation. Would you want to see the food truck operators there before and after every performance or concert or event that you have at the Centre and the Square?
What we've proposed is we'd like to be able to have them on site at least once to 7 or 10 times a week, depending on the shows. So upcoming, we've got shows ranging from John Legend, which is a sold-out show, right on through to George Thorogood. There's 4 shows across 5 days, and we'll have the food trucks on site for all 4 of those shows. There may be some events that are not either relevant or perhaps the capacity that would be of interest on both sides. But for the general terms, yes, we'd like the freedom, according to our schedule and according to our shows and exhibition, to be able to work with the food trucks and have them on site.
Where would those food trucks be located at the Centre and the Square?
We'd like to work from the front side, being the Auto Street, which is the new development, obviously, on the property. So we've got a bay area as well as the landing pad, which actually can accommodate trucks.
Now, because there's surrounding residential homes in the immediate area, would you anticipate any issues or problems with the residents, or is that really a non-issue?
Because we're proposing on Otto Street, the front side, I don't see any issues. If it was on the back side, possibly there might be some, but we're not proposing on the Ellen Street side. It's just on Otto Street, which faces the park and the regional and other municipal buildings.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Councillor Fernandez.
Hi, Sandra, thanks. When Bandaloo was here this summer, there were a lot of food trucks. That was the partnership that you had worked with them. Did you get a sense that it was a really successful opportunity for both food trucks and for the Centre and the Square?
It was a huge risk by the food trucks to support us. And to be honest with you, no one else did. They're the only business group that actually came out and took a risk, not knowing any idea whatsoever if we'd have one person or 6,000 people like we did across the 2 nights. So from my end, they were able to take that risk, which is part of our business, so they get us, they understand us. And ultimately, even though we have a number of really great corporate sponsorships, mainly in-kind sponsorships, the food trucks tend to cross-promote because it's to their benefit and to ours. And they're talking to the core audience that we're trying to talk to and bring down to Civic District, to the Centre and the Square.
Okay, I mean, I personally really like the idea, of being able to have, a little bit of nosh before I go in or after, because I think it's truly a wasteland of restaurant. There isn't anything there. So thanks for partnershiping with food trucks. I think it's very innovative. Thank you.
Okay, there actually is one more question. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just briefly. I think a number of members of council have touched upon one of the aspects that you've talked about, but just to be clear, you've also suggested that food trucks be available at the Centre and the Square Monday to Friday for lunchtime. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you feel that that too will help not only the food trucks, but help promote the Centre and the Square and marketing for the Centre and the Square?
Correct. For lunch hours, for example, for the gallery, it's fantastic because the gallery is open, so it does lead to some potential visitation that you wouldn't normally have. And for us this summer, we will go dark during the July-August period. Having the food trucks on site enables us to cross-promote shows that we've got coming in the fall. So again, it keeps us on the radar, even though we don't necessarily have shows going on in the evenings.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions, Bender. Thank you for coming in. Okay, next we have Andrea Hennig. Could be Hennigy. Cannot remember. That's right. Hennigy, okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrea Hennigy, and with my husband Christopher Kim, we co-own West of Seoul. So the local food trucks would like to request that in the bylaw, we do not use the language such as prohibit from certain areas of the city. Prohibiting food trucks from operating within the BIA and areas surrounding the BIA, such as Civic Park and Centre and the Square, will only perpetuate the false and negative discourse and short-sighted notion that food trucks supposedly steal business from restaurants, rather than the actual fact that food trucks contribute to the culinary culture and vibrance of our city. Food trucks, as you can see today from the faces behind me, are local small businesses who want to be a part of the city's culinary development in the core in a way that is feasible to us and restaurants and not limited to a handful of special events. Therefore, rather than developing a two-tier system where separate rules apply within the BIA and the Civic Park area, we request that a citywide set parameter be established. So food trucks together initially requested that we establish a 10-meter boundary or operating distance, which is comparable to the Waterloo model next to us. However, in the spirit of compromise and negotiation, we agreed to double that parameter distance to 20 in our asking, which in itself keeps us out of areas that are restaurant densely populated anyway. However, it makes it, to use the term that we've heard a lot, a level playing field across the city for restaurants and food trucks to operate. So again, we would request that it's a citywide 20 parameter operating distance from restaurants. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
Well, thank you very kindly. Any questions for Ms. Hennigy? Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks, Andrea. What about schools in that special area that was spoken about in our report?
For the schools?
Yes.
Schools, I mean, I don't know if it's as much of a concern. I don't believe that any of our agenda is to be operating like near a school every day for lunch. Obviously, there was that voice concern of when a school invites us onto property to help them with a fundraiser or an event where they need to feed their kids when their cafeteria is not open. That would be an exception, but the 20 meter is in reference to restaurants.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And last delegation is Mr. David O'Leary. David O'Leary.
Hello.
Good morning.
A brief history, I guess. Since 2009, we've had a mobile refreshment vehicle, as I've since learned that we are now called, as opposed to a wood-fired mobile pizza oven. We've done special events all over Ontario, well over 100 of them, into Manitoba and into Quebec. We live in Kitchener. Been here since 91, downtown Kitchener since 97. We pay, in any given year, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 in vendor fees for special events in the areas that I've told you. An average kind of a fee for a special event is roughly about $1,000. We've paid up to $3,000 for the Winnipeg Folk Fest and Blues Fest downtown, $1,100. Buskers Festival, $750. Jazz Festival in Waterloo, $1,250. We have always managed with our mobile unit to make money at the end of the year. Hasn't been an issue. The proposed fee up here, which I'm here to support, is a screaming deal. In my experience of food vending, I think it's a screaming deal. To get all of those events for that price of $1,947, I couldn't give you the check fast enough. The additional $150 per event gives me the ability to have some skin in the game. I can contribute directly to that event that I want to be part of. It's going to pay for marketing, it's going to pay for entertainment, and it's going to pay to get people downtown who hopefully will buy food from me, and then my business will prosper from that. I don't see it as being an issue. In 2012, because we live downtown and we believe in the vibrancy of downtown and we want to be part of that, we opened up Breadheads on Duke Street. The sales that we do at Duke Street in a dollar value pretty much match what we do at roughly about 25 events throughout the whole year with the mobile unit. But the store on Duke Street, we need to be working at that 7 days a week. Somewhere between myself, my wife and the rest of my family, between 12 and 14 hours a day. When we do a special event, we will work 16 to 18 hours a day, but we will do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then it all wraps up. And then we're back into the store, and then we start the events again. Breadhead's mobile business is without doubt much more profitable than the store in downtown Kitchener. Our rent at the store is $16,800 a year. Throw in utilities, another $4,000. So before I go any further, $20,000 off the bat that I have to clear before I pay for my food costs, before I even pay myself a wage. So to pay, as the food truck proposal says, $300 or $400 a year, I can't tell you how fast I could close down the store, not renew my lease, and get my food truck or my mobile refreshment unit back out on the street because I'll only pay $300 or $400 a year instead of the $20,000. It doesn't make any sense. The success of my business doesn't rest at City Hall. If I can't make a living with my mobile refreshment unit in Kitchener, I go where I need to go. That's the way the businesses operate. Food trucks haven't been around for a few years. They've been around for hundreds of years. When the chuck wagons were going across the Wild West, there was pots and pans jumping all over the place. It's not a new phenomenon at all. People eat every day. But what is a level playing field? I don't think how can there be one? If you have one business that operates at a fraction of the cost of another business, you can't really assign a dollar value to that that's going to make it a level playing field, in my book. We did 7 events in Kitchener last year, and talking about money can be a little vulgar, but because it's relevant here we go. Our gross sales were roughly $13,000. The events we did, 2 food truck Thursdays at City Hall. We did cruising on King Street, we did 2 art markets, and we did the Blues Festival. So in those 7 events alone, $13,000. If I look at the fee that's proposed up here, it's a no-brainer for me. But the fee is going to open me up to other territories that I can explore within Kitchener. So I'm in favour of the city proposals. I don't have a...
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary.
You're welcome.
There are questions. Councillor Rabinovich.
Thanks, and thanks for coming in today, David, and bringing your side of the issue. So you, as I understand, you've grown your business. You started as a food truck. You became a brick and mortar location, and then subsequently grew your business again and became a larger brick and mortar location. But you still do both, correct?
Yes, we are still as active as ever in the mobile thing and trying to develop the store. A lot of hay has been made of the fact that we went from a mobile unit into a store. I mean, that's our own transgression, and we had our own reasons for doing that. When you have a large skill set and you have a lot of equipment and the season finishes up at the end of September, what do you do with it? Do you store it away for 6 months, or do you put it into a business? Rent downtown was still relatively cheap. We lived down here, so we committed to the store and we said we'd give it a go. The extension of the extra seating in Breadheads was to try and compete. You know, as a quick service restaurant for people coming in and leaving, we just felt that we were missing out on something. So if we did take on extra space, and obviously the extra cost that's involved with that, and it has paid off. You know, not yet. It's a gradual kind of a thing. We're trying to get our liquor license together so we can offer something else as well. But I can tell you that the store is a struggle. It is not a thriving business at all. A lot of people talk about the Duke Food Block and the businesses up there. Some do well, some don't. You know, but it is not. When I hear of the enthusiasm to get downtown and to sell downtown, these hills are not laden with gold down here. You know, there's a lunchtime rush between 11 and 2 o'clock. You will make 75% of your day in that. We have had days through this winter where it has been less than $100 that we've taken for the whole day. Nobody will come into the store when it's minus 25. So we need the summer. My mobile business has supported my storefront location through the hard times. That's the irony of it.
Okay, and I think that's an important perspective to have. In terms of the fee, and this is a question we'll have for staff later on, you're saying that the fee's a bargain if it includes all of the festivals and everything.
Sure.
But if it doesn't include all of the festivals, and I think this is something we need to get some clarity on, then perhaps a more reasonable fee may be appropriate?
I do think that. I think if you were going to pay $19.47 for the year and not have a single event to be part of, well, and then pay the $150 on top of that, well, then that's a tricky kind of an issue. But what is the right fee there? I mean, if it was $1,000 less or if it was $1,500 less, I mean, if your business is going to make or break on that amount of money, well, then you've got other troubles.
So from your perspective, if the fee was in line with what a brick and mortar restaurant paid, would that be a reasonable fee?
No, probably not. I mean, what we pay to be a brick and mortar location is crazy. You know, compared to the revenue that we take, what I pay in vending fees to do special events is more or less where it should be for the amount of revenue that we generate.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
David, I appreciate your balanced perspective because you see both sides of the story, and that's really where we're trying to come from.
Sure.
So in terms of Centre in the Square, you heard Sandra Bender talk about that opportunity, and that's not a stone's throw, but it's proximate to Duke's Food Block. The thinking would be that would be an opportunity that might draw some people that work in and around that area. What would you think about that for the Duke?
I think you probably already know. You know, I mean, obviously, it's surprised me to hear somebody from Centre in the Square talking like that. Breadheads has been supporting Centre in the Square since November. We've been doing the Electric Thursdays events there on Wednesdays and Thursdays. We have another one to do in a couple of weeks. We bring our mobile oven around there and we serve pizza. And the Centre in the Square get a commission on our sales. So any of the businesses on the Duke food block are more than happy to have anybody stop by and have a snack before they go to a show. But the sales at Centre in the Square, it's slim pickings. You know, people come to Centre in the Square, the show starts at 8 o'clock, they get there at 7, you park the car, you walk over. Most people are surprised that there's food there that's available. When the Centre in the Square sends around their bulletin on their email list to say that there's food available there, sometimes we get pre-orders, sometimes we don't. But if it's a full house of people in there and we have orders for maybe, 15 pizzas, so I wouldn't exactly call it thriving. I see that, the special events that went on up there, I think were fantastic. But on an ongoing basis,
So what about the lunch crowd? Would that be something that you would think would be a viable option then?
While, there are certainly days at the Duke food block where things are good, I mean, typically your Thursdays and your Fridays, it's still a delicate balance commercially, and to tip the scales in a negative kind of a way, I think would drastically affect businesses there. And that's hard for me to say because I started as a mobile guy, but that's the reality of the situation.
But with your mobile unit, could you not also participate in the Centre in the Square activity and park your vehicle there and make more money, potentially?
Well, how many ways can I divide myself? Ultimately, yes, I could do that. Maybe I could close the store altogether and just do that, and that's a consideration as well.
Right.
Whatever is decided here, I burn myself and I benefit from it as well at the same time.
Right.
So
fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
You have a totally different message than all of the other people we've heard.
Yeah.
How do you explain that? Are they wrong, or?
I've been doing it longer. I've been a mobile business longer. I've had more experience, and I have the restaurant side as well. So I own both businesses. So I believe I approach it with no bias. I look at it practically, and what's right for one has to be right for the other. I don't think there is a magic solution here. I have to say that. Nobody will be pleased with the outcome across the board. But if everybody can be okay with something, then that's a workable situation.
Thank you. I want to go to my main concern, and that is a level playing field.
Sure.
Can you tell me, in your opinion, what are the relevant factors that need to be considered when dealing with a level playing field?
From my conversations with people downtown and from my own thoughts, the level playing field seems to be something that should benefit ultimately the downtown core. And the business owners that I've talked to, that's their main focus. Everyone is prepared to give a little in order to benefit the core as a whole item. So that informs my opinion that if you bring special events into the core outside of the regular times, as suggested with the Thursday night sessions between 4 and 10 on King Street, I think that's a fantastic idea. I think that it's the businesses give up a little bit, and special events coming into the core help to develop the core, and that ultimately benefits everybody. So items like that, I think. It's not a monetary thing for me. I think it's trying to create situations that ultimately benefit downtown as a whole.
I was hoping you would tell me some specific things.
I bet you were.
that would make it different.
No.
Your answer is as to whatever they can bring to the downtown, but are there factors? Is rent a factor?
Rent a factor in terms of businesses or food trucks?
In terms of having a level playing field.
Well, yeah, but there's nothing you can do about my rent. You know, like, I mean, ideally, like, if this proposed fee up here of 1947 and then food trucks bring forward the motion to say, well, it's too much money. So if we got all the businesses downtown to say, well, we think our property tax is too much, can you lower that as well, please? I mean, that's not going to fly. So how can it be a level playing field when one business's overhead is considerably less than another? It's impossible.
But that really, you can have that. You can have two restaurants side by side with different atmospheres and paying different rents.
Yep.
But that's, to my way, it's a level playing field. They're both paying.
Sure.
Okay. To me, the differences are property taxes and licenses and fees.
Okay.
Everything else is level. So,
well, then if my rent is $16,800 a year and the proposed license fee that's being contested is $1,947, well, then that proposed license fee should be $16,800 or an average of whatever rent is downtown, if you want it to be a level playing field.
I disagree. I think the fact that you have to pay taxes and have to pay fees, it's not the amount. I mean, you have two homes side by side. They're paying drastically different taxes, but they both have an opportunity to live in our community, and to have all the services we provide. Thank you for your comments.
Sure.
It's helped me a little bit.
Councillor Singh? Yes, thank you, David. And I think you're providing a very genuine and unique and balanced perspective, and I think that's something we need to be very mindful of in hearing what you're saying to us. And you've spoken of already the fee aspect of it, and striking a balance and what is equitable and fair between, of course, brick and mortar operations and something that's more mobile. That's the balance that we need to make sure that we strive to achieve today. One aspect of the changes that we would be looking at would also be for setback, the proximity of a food truck to a fixed location. So we're changing from 200 meters to significantly lower, 30 meters. What's your perspective on that?
I can't see a whole problem with that. I mean, 30 meters property line to property line. I mean, if a food truck, or if I set up my my mobile refreshment vehicle 30 meters away from somebody else, from a brick and mortar location, I think the key factor here is what's going on in the person's head. Sometimes somebody comes to the Duke Food Block and wants pizzas. Sometimes they want holy guacamole. Sometimes they want cheeses Murphy. And there's no changing the mind kind of thing. So if somebody makes a decision that they want to go to a particular food truck, well, then that's where they're going to go, and they'll pass whatever amount of brick and mortar locations on the way to get there. That said, I don't think I'd like to see, or I don't think anybody on the Duke Food Block would like to see 5 food trucks pull up outside Monday to Friday, 11 to 2. I mean, talk about a level playing field. I don't think that is a level playing field. One of the things that I struggle with is, what's my greater contribution to the city? Is my greater contribution to the city the fact that I support special events in Kitchener, or is it the fact that we have the store on Duke Street 365 days a year? Regardless of the weather or whatever is going on, we're there.
Right. And I think both are necessary. So, okay, good. Thank you for your perspective.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, David, thanks for coming in.
You're welcome, Frank.
You live right on the edge of the park. Just it's a side issue, but what's your opinion of having food trucks in the park?
I'm glad you asked me, because I made a note, because I heard you saying it earlier on. I'm not in favour of them in Victoria Park. I like the park to be a park. I'm old-fashioned. I like to go around there with my kids. I like to play ball. I don't want it to be a commercial centre. Notwithstanding special events. For the Blues Festival, we set up at the OLG stage there every year, and but outside of that, I don't think it's necessary. I think there's enough other opportunities that we can not consider Victoria Park a location.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Through you, Chair Davey. Thanks, David, for coming in.
You're welcome.
I have just a couple questions. One of the questions is, you mentioned that you attend a lot of special events and all that. With those events, those event fees, Has there ever been a time where you didn't make those make the fees?
Came close once in Port Credit at Southside Shuffle, but we covered our ass at the end of the day. No, there has never been a time that we have lost money. Never.
Okay. I guess my other question is, because you're kind of like the hybrid, I guess, in a way. And so when you do have your mobile unit out, do you do all your prep at the restaurant or on the mobile site?
Everything is made to order from site. So each event that we do, we fill out an application form with the Region Waterloo Public Health. They inspect us every single day we sell. So if it's Blues Fest, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometimes twice a day. And so, I mean, we make our dough, we stretch it on site, we top it, we bake it, we serve it. And so everything is done.
Okay, thank you.
On site. Somebody mentioned something about the cleanup earlier on. A lot of the special events will take a deposit for cleanup, so it'll be, you know, maybe anywhere from $200 to $500. And if you leave a mess behind you on your site, well, then that check is cashed and the area is cleaned up.
Thank you for coming in. I just have one question I want to be clear on, because you are offering a different perspective. If I understood correctly, if we significantly reduce the proposed fee, you would potentially, or it would be financially feasible for you to shut down your actual brick and mortar store and move exclusively to mobile operation?
It would be a real consideration. Our lease is up for renewal in February, and sure, that's a real consideration. As things sit right now, I wouldn't do it. I still, you know, to open up a new food business, you got to give it at least a couple of years to get it up and running, and we're still in that process. But it would be a real consideration when it came time to renew the lease. And it's, you know, I'm not saying it as an idle threat, but it's the practicality of the situation. You know, if I pay $300 or $400 a year and have access to all of these markets, why wouldn't I?
Okay. Thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
There are no further delegations, so we move to questions of staff. So if you'd like to click in now. First, I have Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks, Chair Davey. And I have a number of questions of staff that I'll ask. First one is on the issue of Mondays versus Thursdays in terms of the lunch event. We've heard some comment around that. Would there be rationale or an openness to look at sort of a full day Thursday as opposed to a Monday lunch and a Thursday evening?
Mr. Bloom, and you guys can just keep your microphones on. Thank you.
Through the chair, we can certainly look at it. I mean, I guess if just keep in mind, Civic Square is usually just one truck. At most, we've used 2 trucks. I mean, yes, certainly there would be some sense for whoever those 2 vendors, 1 or 2 vendors, to stay here for the evening if the evening is going to work. I think what we had heard from restaurants downtown is, as I think Mr. O'Leary pointed out, Thursday and Friday are their key days, and there was a preference on their part that if for the lunches to move to a day other than the Thursday or Friday. So we were just keeping that into perspective.
Okay. In terms of the fee, can we get some clarity on what's included and what's not included in terms of special events? You know, I mean, we heard from David that if everything's included, it is a great deal. But what is everything? I mean, does everything include blues and multicultural and all that kind of stuff, or is it only include a few things?
Through the chair, it only includes events that are owned and operated by the city. It does not include third-party events like Blues Fest, Multicultural Fest. Rib Fest is obviously its own case. So what we're looking at, what would be included, would be the 2 food truck festivals, Toonie Tuesdays or Discovery Square now. We've had food trucks at our art markets. Just trying to rack my brains of the other events that they've been at. Kids Park. I think one of the only events we typically don't have food trucks operating are Cruising on King and Rock and Rumble, just because those are critical events that service that are really geared at the restaurant scene downtown. But pretty much every other event that the city puts on, we've tried in the past to incorporate food trucks, and those would be included.
Okay, and what would food trucks pay in those instances if they participated?
Through the chair, at this point, we've actually typically covered the cost of their fee, which would be $244 for the license of that event. That's usually counted in or factored into the cost of the event, and then they would potentially pay a fee. In the past, because this has been fairly new and we didn't know whether the food trucks would be successful or not, we haven't actually charged a fee in most cases. I think for our food truck festival, we charged $100 per truck. Again, we didn't know whether we would get 500 people or 5,000.
Okay, and in terms of the fee, Ms. Harris, if we were to look at a restaurant brick and mortar fee as sort of the base and then add-ons, what is that normal brick and mortar fee for restaurants?
A restaurant license fee first time is $649.
And subsequent times?
Renewals are $55 a year.
So $649 first time, $55 afterwards?
That's right.
Okay, and all the difference is basically because of all the initial inspections?
That's right. The inspections aren't done with restaurants after the initial fee, unless there's a change of ownership, and then again they pay the initial $650 fee.
Okay. The next question I have is, have you had dialogue with your City of Waterloo counterparts in terms of what they're doing, either of you, and why they're looking at it the way they are?
Through the chair, I can comment on my discussions with staff at the Uptown BIA. And yes, the points that have been made earlier are true. As a BIA, the Uptown BIA is supporting some of the changes to, especially to the fee. But they were very clear that not to misconstrue that as all of their restaurants being supportive. In their observations, those that typically aren't supportive tend to be the grab-and-go type restaurants, and the sit-down restaurants where you get weighted service alcohol typically are in favor. So I think it's important to realize that downtown, we estimate probably about 80% of our restaurants are grab-and-go, so there's an expectation that there's more sensitivity downtown than perhaps uptown, which tends to have more sit-downs. But that's their perspective. Yes, the BIA is supporting, provided they do want to make sure that the locations are appropriate. From what I understand, those locations tend to be on the periphery of the downtown. They're not on King Street. Most of them are sort of around, a block away from King Street.
Since I heard Chair Davies' little chime, I will stop asking questions and may chime in at the end, depending on if they're not asked by others.
Actually, well, Councillor Benich, for you, we are now practically double the time allotted. You had indicated that you wanted to bring forward a motion. If you wanted to table that now, so it might get some of the questions out of the way, I'd appreciate it. If you're prepared to. Clerk. Councillor Verbanovich.
Sure. The motion that's before us, what I'm suggesting is that we table this and refer this to council next week. I don't believe that we can resolve something with a vote today, and there may be amendments that others may want to suggest in terms of what ultimately gets tabled to next week. But in italics are essentially the changes from the city's, the staff report's original motion. On the issue of BIA, stuff within the BIA boundary, instead of saying prohibiting, I'm just trying to take put a positive text to the language. So permit food trucks within the boundary during the following times only, and then listed them in the same way as they were in the report. On the issue of civic district, I'm suggesting that we permit 1 to 3 food trucks to operate on a daily basis in conjunction with the center in the square. Finally, on the issue of fees, and I wanted to hear all of the arguments that were being made here. But what I'm going to suggest is that we look at a fee that's consistent with the brick and mortar one, which is $650 annually, and includes in addition to that, there's the $150 annual fee payable to the BIA. That this be a pilot program in 2014 with a report to come back in late 2015 with recommendations for 2015, because one of the things I think we've heard about is we need to get this information coming back sooner rather than later, so people can plan and adjust accordingly in terms of their next business year. And I'll just comment very briefly on the fee. I think this is clearly about trying to find a balance between what everybody is saying. In my mind, it's clear that the operators that we're talking about aren't going to be operating all the time like a fixed restaurant does, because they're going to be moving around between the different cities and so on. And secondly, as we heard, not all the festivals are included. In fact, a lot of the high-profile events that generate revenues for people are still going to be separate fees. So I don't think we can charge the all-encompassing fee really wasn't all-encompassing. And so I think what's important is creating a model that's going to be sustainable for as many as possible at an affordable price that's going to allow all of our businesses to be successful.
Okay, just one clarification, if I could. I wanted to make sure you said it was $650 plus the $150. It wasn't $650 inclusive.
That's correct. $650 was what I heard from Ms. Harris was the restaurant fee.
Very good. Okay, we'll move along now. Councillor Ioannidis.
Through you, Chair Davey, my question to staff is, I printed off the City of Waterloo's staff report and their proposal about food trucks, and one of the things that I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification is, in their report, they're comparing Kitchener as our license fee of $338 and then a renewal fee of $93. So I'm just wondering if that's a typo, or what is that?
That's a mistake, and they wrote that report before they talked to me, and then they got clarification afterwards. That's an error.
Okay, thank you. And if I can make a comment, I think Councillor Barry Burbanich makes some very good points, and I think his recommendations are pretty valid, and I think we do need to provide a balance. And the reality is, and I do feel for the entire restaurant business industry as a whole, and I understand that, but I think if we don't come close to what our neighbors are doing, the reality is we're not going to have food trucks. And I'm pretty sure there is demand for food trucks within the community. So I want us to be a participant. So I will support the recommendation. I think it does have a balanced approach, and it is still a baby step.
Okay. Very good. In the interest of efficiency, if you did want to make your comment at the same time as your questions, you can, but then I obviously will expect that you won't be clicking back in to make further comment. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Just a little bit concerned about the motion coming now before a number of questions and possible, where does that leave us if we're asking for changes with the recommendations on the park locations and the business park locations?
You can amend as you see fit.
Okay. So let me just ask a couple of questions. So related to page 3-4 of the report, in the interest of the people who are here, this talks about the number of trucks that are considered at the different locations. The one comment that's in here is related to groups running their own food and barbecue service. And I suppose I should have asked the food truck operators, but I'll ask staff and assume the truck vendors would be considerate of this. How often do we have individual groups host their own barbecue or food service? And just speaking from experience at Southwest Optimist, I can think of only 2 occasions that I have seen this happening there. Are you talking about a baseball team or having their own barbecue service and selling hot dogs? Or are you talking about the concession stands that may be available like at Wilson Park?
In most cases, we're talking about the separate teams or organizations that have barbecues as part of their tournament event. For example, at Bud Park, when they have soccer tournaments, they'll have their own barbecues there, raising funds for Kitchener Minor Soccer or for a soccer club. And there were concerns that if food trucks are allowed in the parks at those times, those organizations will not be able to raise the money that they need to operate their organizations.
Okay, and so if I was to ask you how many times a year that happens, would you be able to tell me?
No. I'd have to go back and look at all the licenses that we issued for special events in all of those parks for last year.
Okay, but really right now I'm only talking about Bud Park and Southwest Optimist Park, and McLennan Park doesn't have any events. So really I would only be talking about these 2 because this is where the restrictions are, that only 1 truck is allowed in Bud Park and 1 truck is allowed at Southwest Optimist. So you don't have a sense of, I mean, like I said, Southwest Optimist is in my ward. I can only count maybe 1 or 2 or 3 times tops that I've seen them doing it. And you're correct, it's only at the end of the year kind of barbecue.
The recommendation of 1 truck in both of these parks came from the manager of parks. It was his recommendation, and basically it was because of the conflict of groups running their own food services. I don't know how many run it, but it's important to have restrictions so that they can continue to raise money for their organizations.
And I think that, with all respect, I think that the food truck vendors, if they were to pull into a park and see that a small little organization like our soccer teams or our softball teams were running a barbecue, they're not going to pull their truck in and compete with something like that. You know, they have children and they have lived here, they're residents. So I guess I would just like to amend both of those to at least 2. At the very minimum, with a lot more liberal hours than what is being suggested here, because there are ball diamonds that are used on the weekends, there are ball diamonds that are used, soccer fields that are used in the evenings. Many families I see them carrying their, no offense to McDonald's or the Tim Hortons bags, to these fields. I mean, if there was an opportunity for food trucks to be there. So I'd definitely like to make it that amendment to 2 or 3. That's my one question. How's my time? Okay, I have 1 minute.
Great. Actually, I'm going to stop it for 1 second. I just wanted to clarify then. We're looking at page 3-4, correct?
Right.
And you wanted to see the numbers 2 or 3 under which areas exactly?
Under the number of trucks recommended at Bud Park and Southwest Optimist. So those are the only 2 that are identified here, but there are numerous ball diamonds and soccer fields.
Sure. I think staff will be looking for a hard number, so do you care to choose 2?
Let's say 3.
3. Okay, sorry, please continue.
Okay. A little bit concerned again about the Huron Business Park, which is on the same page. It is virtually a wasteland. There is nothing out there. And I think that I'm not quite sure I understand about the Strasbourg Road. It's a 4-lane road. Are you suggesting that having it on the road is dangerous?
The recommendation came from the manager of traffic, and there's not a lot of area there. If they pull onto the road, the people are going to be lined up onto the roadway, and that's the concern on Strasbourg Road. Okay,
but if they were to be just off, I mean, this Trillium has a lot of grassy area, a lot of boulevard area. Those are all right then. Is that so? It's just really the restriction is Strasbourg Road.
Again, I'd have to talk to the manager of traffic again to see because his recommendation was that they would go through traffic before they had permission to be on any of the roads.
Okay, and I just think that it's quite restrictive. I think that there's plenty of opportunity here for food trucks to be allowed in that area in the business park. So I would like to have another look at locations and possible suggestions. I see. Are you raising your hand, Corey? Are you trying to get attention?
Oh, sorry, okay. Mr. Bloom.
Through the chair, so what's proposed is they would be allowed to operate on any private property to which they could gain permission from the owners. I think that the concern with the roads is that we have very few or next to no sidewalks in the Huron Business Park, which is more of from a traffic safety standpoint. There isn't a sidewalk that a food truck can pull up to and serve onto the sidewalk. The potential here is that they could end up having to serve into the roadway, which presents a bit of a traffic issue.
Okay, I understand that. I do have a couple more questions.
Yeah, you can certainly come back.
All right, I will.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much. And just want to be clear, perhaps Chair Davey, you can help me. Are we dealing with this issue today, or is the proposal to defer it to council?
Actually, as per Councillor Verbanovich, I believe he said referring, but I will get his...
I'm tabling this motion today and suggesting as part of that motion that it be referred to council. There are some changes in there, and this would allow opportunity for ongoing dialogue to happen over the coming week. And there may be some, suggestions for change that people may want to make as a result of that dialogue.
Thanks very much. So that is helpful. I do have some changes myself, and but I guess I have just a question from staff about the distance separation from schools. It's all over the map, and some don't have any. And so I'd just like to ask about how you arrived at that.
I arrived at that for consistency. The ice cream tricycles aren't permitted within 90 meters of a school. So for consistency in the refreshment vehicles, it was determined 90 meters for food trucks. But it was all the concession is also that if a school wants them on their property and they have permission from the school board or the school, there would be no problem with them having that provided we had that documentation.
That's very helpful. Thank you. So I'll just bring forward my suggestions at this point. So it would be to align with the City of Waterloo more closely in terms of a number of things. First of all, I would say that we would go with a 20-meter setback from other restaurants, as has been requested by the food truck group. I think that's reasonable. Waterloo has 10. I think 20 is reasonable. I do support the idea of center in the square. As Ruben indicated, that's something I brought forward in a meeting with the restaurants and food group. It's something I thought made sense to have daily access, and I do think it would enliven that whole area. And I do think we need to protect the downtown, which is still fragile, but I think it's far enough from the Duke Food Block and others that it could still be a different group of people that were patronizing both. In terms of the fees, that's a real struggle, but I do agree with Councillor Ioannidis. I think we do need to align more closely with Waterloo on this. If we're going to be supportive of a food truck culture, and I think our staff have done a great job in leading that, before Waterloo did, to be honest with you, I think that we need to be more consistent. I do agree with the idea of money towards the BIA and for special event programming. And so I would think $350, which includes the $150 for BIA, is about the right amount, because it does align with what Waterloo is doing.
Sorry, clarification, Councillor
yes.
Van Graham, 350 plus the 150 per year? Or
no.
So 200 plus 150?
200 plus 150, right.
Thank you. Please continue.
Sure. And so I guess I do respect the idea of the distance separation from schools. I think that based on I think we need to reconsider that, but that's perhaps not the right time to do that now. In terms of the length of time of this agreement, I do agree that we do need to take baby steps, and we need to do it a year at a time. So let's revisit this as partners. We're growing our relationship, and we are building towards something that is growing the pie. I agree that we can all win here. The downtown is fragile. We do need to respect the people that have invested when the downtown wasn't successful, but we do need to work together and collaborate. I do think there's a lot of goodwill. I do really appreciate all the conversations that have gone on with the food truck vendors and the restaurateurs. It's been very collaborative and respectful, and I think that that's a great basis for the future. So I think that this is at least something for us to consider before next council meeting.
Thank you. Okay, so at present, and I'm pointing it out because this could get difficult and get near the end, we do have the amendment from Councillor Fernandez and Councillor Glenn Graham. Just by nodding, if you could, your two amendments would be to change the setback from 30 meters to 20 and the 650 to essentially 200. 200 plus 150 for 350 total. Okay. I still have 6 people in the queue. Councillor Gazzola.
I have 3 questions. The first one I'd like to direct to Mr. Chapman. And that is, can you tell me what a brick and mortar restaurant pays to the municipality?
Mr. Chapman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've taken a look at 3 restaurants, so a very small sort of outgoing food service only to a larger full-scale restaurant.
And I don't need figures. I just want just what do they generally, what are things that they have to pay?
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, certainly property taxes are a component of that.
Okay, property taxes, right?
They would pay utility charges as well. They would pay their annual licensing fee, which has been referenced here. Those are the
Let me help. If they're in the downtown, they would pay a BIA fee, right?
Correct. They would
Which
pay,
is based on?
Based on their assessed value.
On their assessed value. Just if I could aside, is the assessed value on a property based totally on market value, or does it have anything to do with the amount of business that a business carries on?
Through the chair, it has a lot to do with the revenue potential for the business. So, for example, if a landlord leases to a restaurant, a lot of value will be dictated by the terms of the lease. So if I can just provide a bit of an example, the smallest restaurant we could find in terms of its assessment for taxes pays just over $3,000 a year in property tax. That's about $2,700 for taxes and a BIA levy of about $340.
Yeah. And the other the licensing fee we've heard, which is $649 and then $55 each year. On the BIA in the civic district is not in the BIA. Is that right?
I'd look to Mr. Bloom to confirm that boundary.
Through the chair, no, the civic district is not directly within the BIA boundary, although I would suggest that a number of downtown restaurants do benefit from those that work in that district, and there may be some sensitivities from downtown restaurants about that option.
No, I just wanted to clarify, though, that if they're in the civic district, they do not pay that BIA fee.
That's great.
Okay, thank you. Now, I have a zoning question, a planning question. It's a theoretical question, perhaps, but if we have a block in the downtown, in the block anywhere, that is zoned to allow restaurants, if a new restaurant wants to come in and set up right next door to an existing restaurant, are there any issues with that?
Through the chair, no.
There's no distance restrictions and all that. You could have, in an area, you can have 10 restaurants side by side, no restrictions. Is that right?
As long as they meet the required regulations, lot setbacks and those types of things. But no limit on quantity to my recollection.
The zoning does not deal with that, or any other of our bylaws. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And my third question is, I'm just wondering why Victoria Park has not been considered on this trial basis. What was the rationale behind that?
One of the reasons Victoria Park was not considered is the distance separation between the boathouse and other places of refreshment, which currently in the lease is 200 meters. And there's also another refreshment vehicle currently licensed in Victoria Park.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
There is another refreshment vehicle licensed in Victoria Park, a hot dog cart, which has been licensed in the park for over 20 years.
So they have a grandfather advantage forever?
No, but they've paid their license fee for 2014.
Oh, okay. So if you're looking at the entranceway, is that too close to the boathouse?
We would have to measure it before we could make a determination.
Yeah. And I gather the boathouse paid something extra for that special qualification? I guess that's not your area. That's fine. Thank you very much. I have comments that I'll make at the end, okay?
That was perfect timing, by the way, by the bell. Good way. Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, my question, excuse me, through you, Mr. Chair, to Corey. Corey, can you tell me why did we not use the same fee structure as Waterloo, Guelph, Hamilton when we looked at setting up this whole fee equation? In other words, why didn't we go with a set rate and then add on the special events? Was there a reason for that?
Ms. Harris.
Essentially, when I was looking at the fees, I was looking at fairness with the refreshment vehicles currently on private property and on public property. There is cost recovery involved, there's enforcement, there's inspections, there's administrative fees. With the refreshment vehicles on city property, there's cleanup costs. There are a number of cost recovery issues, and that's why the fee is what it is. And I did look at fairness because the hot dog carts on the downtown core have paid that license fee for well over 20 years and have had no complaints from them. And there's a fairness involved here as well. And that's why I'm recommending that all the refreshment vehicle license fees be looked at again before 2015 license fees.
But when we look at other municipalities, do the other municipalities not face the same situation, same cleanup costs, same everything?
I can't answer how other municipalities look at the license fees. I can tell you that, yes, the City of Waterloo is proposing a lower fee. Currently, they charge $2,200 a year for a refreshment vehicle. That fee, they are recommending it be dropped. It hasn't been approved yet. Other municipalities, Toronto, they're charging $5,000 for a food truck. Ottawa charges $6,700. So it's the license fees are all over the place, and it's difficult sometimes to compare them because I don't know what formula they use. I know that we use a cost recovery formula and have used that since 2004.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I have a quick comment. Should I make it now? Or?
Please.
As a downtown councillor and a member of the BIA, I feel like I'm being torn apart two different ways on this particular issue. I feel that I have a responsibility to the brick and mortar restaurants in my ward that I know have difficulty surviving during certain months. And I just wanted to say, when I go out to eat during the summer, I want air conditioner to be sitting down at a comfortable patio. I find that I get these at the brick and mortar restaurants. And in the winter months, I want to eat in a heated restaurant. And again, I get it at the existing brick and mortar restaurants. Occasionally, if I'm moving quickly, I'll buy from food trucks and eat at a picnic table, or I'll buy the product and take the food home. Now, I recognize that this is because I'm an old geezer set in his ways, but I also recognize the increasing popularity of food trucks. And I'm still, and maybe I'll make up my mind finally by next council meeting, I'm still looking for a fairer solution to this issue. I agree with most of what Councillor Vabanovich is suggesting. Other than the fees, I support the staff recommendations and some of the amendments we've talked about. But I would like to see the suggested $650 fee increased a little, perhaps to $750. But I don't particularly want to make that amendment at the moment, Mr. Chair. I may make it at Council next Monday.
Very good.
Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
Thank you. Just a few questions to staff. Looking at the map for the downtown area, you've shown the boundary of the downtown area, yet we also talk about the civic district, and it's not shown on the map, but I'm just assuming that it's part of the downtown area, but it's got its own separate rules as well. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. The civic district is inside what the city determines to be the boundary of the downtown, which is in the thick red line. It is outside of the BA's boundary, which is the thin blue line. So yes, it has its own, civic district has its own set of zoning, which I believe allows restaurants.
Oh, okay. So basically, roughly the civic district boundary would be Queen, Allen, Frederick, and Weber.
That's correct.
Okay. And so anything in there would be allowed for basically the civic district in terms of the food operation. But basically, we're looking at the center and the square, but it could also operate to the Registry Theater or something like that, too, the rules.
Through the chair, yes, and most of that land, all of that land is publicly owned, so we can make sure that the locations are appropriate for all aspects, safety, etc.
Okay. When the operators pay for a license fee and go through the process, do they enter into any agreement with the city, legal agreements?
There's an application form that they have to complete, and they have to obtain certain signatures of approval, and then they obtain a license. So as far as a legal agreement, yes, I would say that's a legal agreement, because if they don't abide by the regulations in the bylaw, they can be charged, and we can deal with the matter in court.
Okay. So in that arrangement that you've talked about, what about cleanup, maintenance, damage dollar deposits? Is that sort of covered in there, or is that something we have to include?
The license fee, as I said, that we included in this particular recommendation included cleanup fees, enforcement, inspection, anything that has to do with issuing a license, preparation of bylaws that will have to be done. Those are all legal fees that get included in a license fee, and they get spread over all of the licensees. So, for example, a restaurant fee of $650 includes enforcement fees, inspection fees, fees such as fire approvals, building approvals. All of that is included in that license fee.
Okay, appreciate that. The next question I had, I did ask one of the delegations, and they did answer the question, but I'm now going to ask staff of that in terms of any other operator that decides, a fly-by-night type operator who decides to crash and set up someplace and not follow the rules. How do you enforce that? What do you do?
Basically, one of our inspectors would have to go out, take the evidence, gather the evidence, and normally we would give them an opportunity to obtain a license. If they don't, we would charge them and end up in court with them. Okay, thank you. Just a couple of brief comments. I am supportive of the food trucks in the area. I think it's a great opportunity for bringing a new perspective to the downtown and to the city as a whole. I'm in general agreement with most of the recommendations here presented by staff. Some of the amendments that have been done by the councillors here, I'm prepared to support. I am in agreement with the reduced fee. I'm not too sure which one yet, but I think this is a great opportunity, and I think we should move forward on this, and it'll be a benefit to our community, and I think it'll be a win-win situation with the food truck industry and still be sustainable for the brick and mortar operators here in town as well.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you. And I have some similar questions towards the fee aspect of it. In the report on 3-12, it speaks to, obviously, with these additional changes that will result in increased costs and administration, enforcement and maintenance. And of course, staff has explained some of that through the previous questions. So if we were to lower, I'm guessing when staff proposed the 1947 annual fee, that was taking into account what the increased costs would be. So that we would be looking at pretty much of a deficit in that regard through our operations. If we are considerably reducing to 650 or something similar to what Councillor Glenn Graham has mentioned.
Because it's based on cost recovery, yes.
So you'll be subsidizing this,
Yes.
this activity, this type of business venture.
But I will say in most cases, the license fees still are
So we're further subsidizing
Yes.
them. Okay. So that would be, I'll make my comments as well. I'm very supportive of the direction that we're going with, and Councillor Verbenovich has put very good suggestions on the table. And I think we're going in the right direction. Of course, this is an activity that we need to encourage and needs to be, and I'm very pleased to see McLennan Park as being included. I see the activity there increasing day by day, and this is one lacking amenity that would be a good addition to the participation there. But at the same time, we have to be cognizant of a group that is not that well represented here today. And a lot of times, you know, we can't always be mindful of the vocal community, and rightly so. They are here to represent their interest, and I respect you for it, and I hear where you're coming from as well. But at the same time, we have a vested interest to our business owners that run food operations in a fixed location that do pay considerably higher costs, and we have to be cognizant of that there has to be and we've said this word over and over again, a fair playing field. Because they do pay property taxes, they do pay the licensing fees, they do pay for inspection and the other various costs that are associated with running that type of operation, as well as when you have a fixed location, there are requirements that food truck vendors don't necessarily need to have, like bathroom facilities. That's increased amenity costs that they have to pay for. They have to calculate within their business model that, you know, mobile vendors don't necessarily need to include those costs in their operation. So I can't necessarily support this race to the bottom for the fees and further subsidizing. That being said, I'm willing to look at it as a temporary basis at a lower fee, whereas we will be looking at the fee structure next year. And at that point, we can see exactly what the costs we're looking at, what kind of deficits we incurred through maintenance, through inspections, and through enforcement, and see if we need to readjust. But I cannot support the 650. I cannot support, which is even far more less, what Councillor Glenn Graham is mentioning. I think it has to be a little bit higher so that we are not further subsidizing. You know, if I have to put a motion or amendment, it would be for the annual fee for private property, parks, locations, and city-sponsored special events being the double the 650 that normal businesses or restaurants have to pay, their licensing fee. And for, if only operated on private property, because those private properties are already paying the property taxes, if you take that out of the account, it's fair to keep it at the 650 annual fee. So that would be my amendment. So 1,300 and 650 for operating on private property only. And just a clarification, Mr. Chair, are we taking a vote on this, or we're making amendments to this motion and then just taking a vote on council?
We're taking a vote on it. I'd like the direction to be clear to staff when it comes back to council.
Okay.
Right, that was the intention with the referral?
Well, the intention of referral is to table the motion and refer it to next week.
So
we have wording there, and we're referring it to next week for a final decision, so that we have an opportunity to dialogue and hear from people in the intervening week.
Okay, so help for, I guess, perhaps from the clerk then, or again, I'm a little unclear on the referral, how it relates to the amendments. Do we not take the amendments then, or are the amendments just tabled? The amendments they're tabled. All referred. Okay.
So the motion is tabled, so I take back the last comment about my amendment. I look forward to getting, you know, additional information and speak to our various partners in the community, and at that point I'll make my recommendation. So that was the direction I was going with, but again, I am supportive with most of what Councillor Verbenovich has already on the table, and I look forward to talking more on council.
Okay. At the end of this then I will repeat, I guess they're not really technically amendments, but the comments for the referral, and if there's any confusion, we'll deal with it then. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my understanding, just to help you out, Mr. Chair, would be that everyone's bringing forward their intentions at this point, but none of it's really going to be dealt with until council. So everyone's bringing forward their intentions and putting their cards out on the table, and then we can really hammer it out, I guess, next Monday. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to make a couple comments. One of them I kind of alluded to in the one question that I asked, and I think we need to look at this more from a regional perspective, and I'm not saying the regional government should be the one that looks at it, but I think we need to work with our partnering cities and townships to really look at this collectively. I'm happy to see that it's probably only going to come forward as a pilot for 1 year, and we can look at it again. I think that gives us an opportunity for staff from all regional municipalities to look at it, so we're not cross-competing with one another. We're sitting here today and talking about losing business in Waterloo, and at the end of the day, I think there's a place for food trucks in all cities across the region and really help the food industry thrive. And so coming up with that consistent licensing and that fee, I think, and rules would be good, and especially for food truck owners, so that they know how and how they can operate and where they can operate throughout the entire region. I think, again, along with that, the pilot project, I think I'm comfortable with the direction that we're headed in with this motion. We need to be able to build the industry, and then we can look at potentially increasing fees as it continues to grow and as their businesses can start to thrive. Because I think any small business, it takes a few years to start to thrive. And so I think looking at fees on a yearly basis is something that's good. One of the things that by taking the 650, I think as a fee, I think that staff need to look at, as I understand, there is a damage fee in other, or fine, rather, not fee, damage fine in other municipalities, and that could be something that staff could look at and bring forward with the 2015 report. I don't think it's something that we'll be able to hammer out before this summer and really their season's up and running, because I don't think it's fair to charge everyone for that damage cost if they're not causing any damage. So we would have the ability to fine the people who do leave the damage, and that may be a way of being able to recover some more of our costs. But like I said, too short of a time frame within a week to look at, so something to look at maybe for the 2015 season to supplement some of the licensing fees. So those are my comments. I'm fairly supportive of the direction that we're headed in, because I think food trucks will help the vibrancy of our city.
Mayor Zer.
Thank you very much. I'm going to only make comments. I think that was
thank you.
The place where we are. I want to make it very clear that I support the advent of the food trucks, although it has been said it's been here forever in certain communities. I think it does add animation and interest to the streetscape and the activity. So I am in favor of that. But I also am concerned about equity. And the equity I'm concerned about is between the brick and mortar restaurants and the food truck service. I am not concerned, repeat, I am not concerned about equity with other municipalities. Because as we've heard, they run from a very large sum down to a very low amount. And I'll come back to that in a moment. One of the delegations said that he's already paying property taxes, and I had that clarified, that it's his residence. And while, I pay property taxes to the city as well. I don't have a business, and I wouldn't use that as my reason for not having to pay my fair share. It is clear by the very nature of food trucks and our climate that there are some times when the food trucks will not be operational. And that's both a detriment to the food truck industry, and it's also a benefit to the food truck industry. When it is fine weather, they will be out and want to be there, and will get more business because people will be outside. But it will be those same people that will be outside who would be who would otherwise perhaps be going to a brick-and-mortar restaurant. So I don't want to feel that I'm being suggested, well, if we don't, if the fee is such here and it makes it too restrictive, we're going to go elsewhere. I don't respond very well to that sort of discussion. I think we have to be looking for a balance, but that's what everybody is trying to do. I get that. But as Councillor Singh said, he doesn't want to get involved with the race to the bottom. I'm in exactly that same position. I still don't know what that fee is going to be, where I will settle in my mind. But I am not prepared to sell the city's soul to have a food truck or trucks. It has to be reasonable for everybody. And therefore, if it is more than Waterloo, and everybody decides significantly more, and the food trucks decide that they all want to go to Waterloo and they're not going to participate in Kitchener, I will be very disappointed in that. But I'm not going to say that's reason alone for us to reduce the amount. There are other ways to gain activity within a city. I'd like to say since this will be coming back and being referred to next week's council meeting, by the very nature of the subject and the discussion that we've had here today, it's clear that that's going to take some time next Monday. So I want to make sure that for all of the delegations who are here today and for council, that we deal only with new information next Monday. We deal only with the resolution that will be in front of us, and the details, and the motion would come forward first, then amendments, and we'll deal with them in succession in a very orderly manner. Debate, yes, but I don't want us to have to go through all of these same arguments and the same questions again next Monday night. That is totally redundant. So that's sort of a heads up for anyone who will be speaking next Monday as well. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Glenn Graham, you made comment, but...
Yeah, I'm not making another comment. I just wanted to be clear, and thank you for wanting to clarify. I was recommending the base fee of $350, so I just want to be clear that it's not the all-in fee that staff was proposing, that I'm asking staff to identify additional charges for special events that they would have throughout the year on a menu basis, the different special events that would be available, in addition to which any deposits for cleanup, whether that's appropriate, and whether a renewal fee is something that you'd still like to discuss, and whether that would be something that you would have as an annual thing. Damage, Councillor Galloway Seelock alluded to that. If you can talk to damage before next week, great. If not, then certainly, we can do that in future. But just to be clear, this was not meant to be a race to the bottom. This was meant to be establishing a parallel to Waterloo, which does not include all-in for its special events. It's meant to be an opportunity to set a base rate and have a menu of other special events that the vendors can choose from, so that would allow them to choose what price point they're paying at.
Okay, thank you. There are other questions, so I'll just jump in with mine now to get them out of the way. Councillor Singh mentioned the $650, that's a separate fee for private. I'm just curious, had we looked specifically at offering a reduced fee or a subsidized fee or something of that sort for an existing restaurant? If they wanted to have a food truck as well, for a brick and mortar restaurant, if they wanted to add a food truck as well?
We've never looked at that fee like that.
Would that be a difficult thing to implement?
The cost would be the same, so there's no real deduction. We can look at that, but the costs are the same as far as inspection fees, etc.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola, comment?
Yes, and my comments really relate to the entire city. I don't concentrate on the downtown. I feel all along too much of our arguments have concentrated on the competition aspect of it, as opposed to dealing with fairness or a level playing field. And I don't believe we have really any right to deal with competition. I think one of the speakers said today, and he said it well, that competition is a good thing. It breeds innovation and also supports excellence. So, and because of this, I really wonder when it comes to private property, that if it's allowed by zoning, that the city should have any extra control whatsoever if someone can set up a food truck there. That's something that I have to work with. I believe I believe our prices right now are too high, and I think our areas are somewhat too restricted. But I'm prepared to go along with supporting to start moving rather than standing still. I think that our prices in this area should be set to recoup our costs. I don't think we should be subsidizing anything either for the food trucks or for our brick and mortars. We have a role to play as controllers of this, and we should recoup our costs no more. And I think if we do that, we then will be competitive with the other areas. And that's not our main goal in life, because I like to think that we're different. But at the same time, I think if we use best practices, we should all be very closely in the same neighborhood. One of the things that I hope comes forward in the meetings ahead is that Victoria Park be included. I think as many areas of the city should be included. I can support a lot of what is being put forward, and I will. But I look forward to a week of being able to hear from people again. At one point, I thought you were going to deal with this as a special resolution at noon, and we're not. So I'm pleased to see that it's we're going to have another week to discuss this. In closing, I just want to say, I just returned from 2 weeks in Europe, and I know what this kind of thing can do to animate a community and to bring all sorts of people together, and it does tremendous things. So it is something that we're moving in the right direction, and whatever we have to do to get there, I think we've started the move, and I think we have to carry on, and in the final analysis, I think it'll be a benefit to our entire community. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I still had a question before I had my comments. Both in the report as well as in the recommendation, there's discussion about music and marketing. Would there not be music and marketing no matter whether there were food trucks there or not?
Through the chair, I think where the context of those comments were around the Thursday evening proposal that some of the downtown restaurants brought forward, that they didn't simply want it to be food trucks and restaurants opening up together. They wanted there to be a feel of an event. So otherwise, if this wasn't happening, we wouldn't be programming live music on every Thursday night or doing marketing. So I think that's where the context of that came from.
Okay, because I guess there's music ongoing at City Hall all the time. I mean, we've got speakers and we've got a system going. I mean, does it necessarily mean that we have to have? I think marketing is going to be organically happening through social media. I just don't want to see us adding additional supposed costs or unnecessary costs when I think just the fact that this event is going to be happening every Thursday, that's just going to grow organically. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're adding a cost that may not necessarily have to be there. Okay. As far as my comments go, We always talk about wanting to support a variety of business opportunities in both the food and other businesses in our community. So we have to be open to food truck industry. I've watched over the last number of years as a city councillor the changes in the dynamic of the downtown area. I've asked as a suburban ward councillor to have more opportunities and more economic development in the suburbs. And I think that there are plenty of opportunities throughout the entire city for both brick and mortar restaurants and food trucks to provide opportunities and food experiences. Our local restaurants are dedicated. They participate in the BIA. They do a remarkable job of participating in special events, and they pay a fee for that. I don't want to see any more brick and mortar restaurants close up, as Mr. O'Leary suggested, because of food trucks. But that being said, food trucks are offering a completely different experience. Councillor Etherington talked about sitting on a patio in the summer breeze, or sitting over a warm hot drink on a wintry day. That's what our brick and mortar restaurants offer. Food trucks offer a completely different experience, and I think that we have to be open to that. Competition in any marketplace, no matter whether it's food or clothing or sports equipment, is good for the consumer. They will support the businesses that they feel suit their needs, their desires, their hours, their lifestyle. And I think that having all of these food purveyors in our area, in our city, it will be good for the marketplace. So if we really want to continue growing a vibrant city everywhere, we have to be open to the many opportunities. I do support a number of Councillor Urbanovic's motion, but I do still see a couple of restrictions, and number 3 being one, the one-off promotional events. I think I'd like to be a little bit, have a clearer understanding of how many events that could possibly be, as well as number 4, with Thursdays between 4 and 10. I mean, why not Wednesdays and Thursdays? Why not Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays? I realize that Tuesdays and Wednesdays are not necessarily a boon for food trucks, but neither are they for restaurants. But again, it's offering opportunities and choices. So as food truck operators have mentioned to us, they only work 6 months out of the year. They have to make their revenue in those 6 months. Brick and mortar restaurants have 365 days if they decide to be open. That does tax their resources. It means that they're paying their employees additional cost if they stay open on stat holidays. So it's got to be a balance, but I think there is plenty of opportunity in this city of over 250,000 people to offer both food trucks and brick and mortar restaurants. And I hope that we'll be able to move towards that positive step next week at Council. Just one quick comment as far as Victoria Park goes. Certainly the front end of Victoria Park, I understand the rationale for not having an additional competition there, but there's the playground area, there's the back end of the park that comes to where Park Avenue meets Jubilee. There's opportunities there, I think, for at least one food truck. There's a lot of people that come through there, and there's a condominium complex there as well. Thank you for all of the food truck vendors who've come in, and to our brick and mortar restaurant people who've come in today to make your presentations. I know it's taking time away from your business, which means you're losing money.
Thank you. I'll make my comments before passing it back to Councillor Urbanovich. I would echo Councillor Fernandez. The presentations today, clearly you spent some time organizing, making sure there wasn't much redundancy in the information that you provided us, and it is appreciated and helps us make a better decision. My advantage on this too is I think it's clear, even though there wasn't a public engagement piece, as has been pointed out, and I agree with, there probably should have been more in terms of public engagement. I think the sentiment is that people want to see more food trucks, and I think that's fair, and I agree with that. At the same time, we are balanced. We have to have this situation where we're balancing what's best for food trucks and that growing business versus our established brick and mortar. And I'm content with the way that we're going. I think that we are increasing that business. But one thing we do have to be careful of is the decision we make somewhat today, mostly next Monday, it's not written in stone forever. It's a policy that's going to be evolving. And when you also consider the fact that our downtown is growing in terms of number of feet in the street, we have 2 huge condos opening in a little over a year's time, if they're on time. That's going to greatly enhance the number of people that it'll grow the market for everyone. So we will be able to loosen the rules a little bit when it comes to food trucks and that sort of thing. So in terms of specifics, I do think that the fee has to, I think the fee was a little too high as proposed by staff, but I'd like to see it somewhere around the $1,000 mark, as has been mentioned by a couple members of council. Aside from that, I don't think certainly I agree with the approach that the region should be looking at this, and we should be looking at cost recovery. But again, I think that's more of a 2015 initiative, as has been mentioned. So those are my comments, and I would also echo Mayor Zares in terms of we do not need to rehash the entire event come next Monday. We have the information before us. So I'd just be cautious in advising that. Now back to Councillor Vrbanovich.
Thanks a lot, Chair Davey, and I'll just make a few closing comments. I want to begin by thanking everybody who's been sort of part of the process and actively engaged in the dialogue. Everyone from the various food truck operators that we've heard from, folks like the restaurant owners from Entertaining Elements, Cava Bean, Breadheads, and others, as well as some of the citizen reps who have been quite active on this, either here at our meetings, such as James Howe and Michael Drucker, as well as through social media and so on. I think in the end, this is very much not so much about food trucks versus brick and mortar restaurants. It's really about trying to provide choice and come up with a solution that adds to the vibrancy of our community and ultimately is in the best interest of our community as a whole. It's about promoting the kind of community we want and to encourage and to play the role that we can play in terms of encouraging that to grow and prosper. I think many of us have used the word balance, and I think it is very much that. Providing business opportunities for people in all sectors of our economy and in the full spectrum of food services, from hot dog carts on one end to food trucks to brick and mortar restaurants. It's about supporting small biz, which we know is one of the economic development priorities of us as a community. A few of you, and I would agree, have said the public is very supportive on this, and I think that very much is the case. Certainly any time I've engaged the public on this, either directly or through social media, it's one of the issues that gets the most responses anytime I've talked to folks. And I know some of you have experienced the same thing. So in that regard, I think in many ways the community is ahead of us. And, Councillor Gazzola referenced the European experience. And I think, through some of the shows on the Food Network and people's travels, I think the public is there. And we need to find that balance between the public, the small operators that are starting out, and some of the ones who have made substantive investments in our downtown. Ultimately, I think this is going to add to the vibrancy of our community and allow us to develop the culinary scene or the foodie culture more so in Kitchener and in our downtown. And at the end of the day, this not only adds to the quality of life of our existing residents, but also the kinds of people we're trying to attract to our community, both from a residential point of view and from a work point of view, to work in some of our new and upcoming industries that are growing here. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we will vote on the referral then. Those in favor? And none are opposed. Very good. We will take a 3-minute break before we continue. Roof Could everyone please take their seats? Okay, because we took so much time, because we care so much about food trucks, we're going to have to switch around our order here a little bit. Items 4, the terms of reference to the nominating committee. Item 6, the land disposition, or item 7, the glockenspiel. Is there anyone here to speak to any of those items? I'm not seeing anyone. In that case, what we will be doing is we'll be dealing with item number 5, the natural gas rates, and we will deal with the remainder of the items on the agenda after the special PSI meeting, okay? So, natural gas rates, with delegations, that's right. So we have 2 delegations for this item. Number 1, Mr. Harold Drutz.
So I got the handouts. I also have a handout here for the CEOs. Okay, on December 9th, 2013, in representing the Kitchener Tax Watch Group, I spoke to the issue of public engagement process. We are very disappointed in that the majority of this council, City of Kitchener, and Kitchener Utilities Management did not accept any of our suggestions. Briefly, these suggestions were a consulting firm to take the lead on this project, random sample by mail, not by phone, customer engagement. On April 4, 2014, 3 people from my group met with Pauline Houston, Wally Malcolm, and Tammy Gerber to discuss the advertising brochure enclosed in the February/March KU bills, as well as the lack of a transparent and clear questionnaire and limited and ineffective public engagement. By the way, I looked up the definition of public and engagement. Public is from populace, not private, pertaining to the whole people, regarding to affecting a community, proceeding from many or the many. Engagement. One significant definition is to occupy, to engage a person in conversation, to employ the attention or efforts of, to embark in or take concern in. At a We Will Be At meeting, outreach events held at Kitchener Ranger Games or the Kitchener Market is not public engagement. Going down to the next paragraph, 2 paragraphs. I understand that some of you have expressed opinion that this is a complex situation, but the total lack of transparent information and comparison information in the survey and public sessions, for example, sample gas supply rates at various periods of time between the market rate, Union Gas, and Kitchener Utilities rates, leaves a lot to be desired. Moving on. Right now, with the way this survey was structured, the results of the survey and public input sessions do not lend itself to assisting councillors in making an informed decision. I have finally received information, an Excel spreadsheet from Pauline Houston showing the difference in prices for KU versus UG customers starting in January 1998. This shows, based on average usage, starting when KU purchased the natural gas commodity through June 2013, KU customers paid approximately $55 million more than UG customers. For approximately 11 years, KU customers saved approximately $12 million with this policy. However, that was all washed away within 6.5 months in the middle of January 2010. We are looking at a long-term policy here, not a short-term policy. Moving on to the next page. I suggest many of you really do not understand the impact of this situation over the last several years. Proof of this is Councillor Bill Ioannidis is confused and misinformed right up in the Kitchener Citizen on November 7th, 2013. Further, a 40% increase he mentioned in Friday's KP article is only temporary, per a quotation from Mr. LeBlanc from Enbridge, who was quoted in a March 14, 2014 record article as saying, "We don't believe that this is a long-term natural gas event. A typical winter, we won't see this type of pricing." End of quote. The economy and the market are rarely in sync with each other. based on future economic forecasts, growth will be substantially slower than prior to the 2008-2009 financial meltdown. Additionally, Matthew Gibson, official spokesman for the Ontario Natural Gas Alliance, says huge new gas finds in North America and improving technology will ensure a steady future supply of cheap natural gas. Quote, prices are low and they're forecast to stay low through 2025 to 2030. Moving forward, the October 2006 policy is obsolete. Our recommendation is to cap the rails approach at no higher than 50% for year one and limit purchasing supply contracts 3 years out. I will be glad to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr.
And I have 2 additional pages.
Councillor Fernandez. No, I did actually. Didn't register. There we go.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Druitz. I know you've been here a number of times before, and one of the questions I have relates to the advertising brochure and your comment about ineffective public engagement. Do you have a brochure? I have never seen the brochure ever, so.
Yes, I actually received my brochure on March the 6th, which only allowed me one, we will be at meeting. And I changed my day so that I can intelligent talk today and let you know what my experience was for that we will be at session.
And how many people were at that session that you were at?
Pardon?
How many people were at the session that you were at?
Well, when I was there was only 2 people there, and there was 4 people there from Kitchener Utilities, but the report, I forget what page that's on, says all of 20 people came to that tent, which was out here at Civic Square.
Okay. What was your concern about the brochure?
My concern about brochure is this is skewed towards an emotional word, which is stable. The opposite of variable to me is fixed, not stable. And I think the next speaker will talk a little more about the brochure.
Okay, thank you. The other question
I don't want to duplicate anything.
Okay. You are talking about in 2011, you're talking about a $460 difference between Kitchener and Waterloo, which you said resulted in, just find this, correct me if I'm wrong, a $300 million increase in cost?
No,
or
30
increase
million.
to the increase in cost, 30 million. Sorry.
If you go to page 4 of my handout, this, councillors, is part of the 2011 budget. I am surprised that it took Bob Donald's phone call to me that this even came to light. It's very evident that in that budget report, although it was there, nobody caught it, and the difference in value between the 1,259 natural gas versus Waterloo of $799 is $460 for a total of $30 million in 1 year. And when you look at the graph, again, I forgot what page it's on, 5-7? If you look at the graph, the difference between the Kitchener Utilities rate versus the market, it's bigger in 2010 and 2009 than it was in 2011. So therefore, if I connect the dots, I can very easily multiply 30 million times 3, which comes to $90 million.
And that's the revenue that was passed through to whoever we bought our gas from.
Yeah, now mind you, the $90 million is not just natural gas commodity, it's also the difference in pricing between the transportation and what Kitchener Utilities calls delivery.
Okay, just so that very clear, and anybody who might be watching the web stream, the 90 million was not revenue that went to the City of Kitchener, but to the supplier that we purchased our gas from.
I'm glad you asked the question. The part of the 90 million did go to the City of Kitchener because that includes gas, transportation, and delivery. What did not go to the City of Kitchener is the $55 million. That's in the bottom paragraph of my second page. That went to the suppliers with whom we negotiated the long-term contracts.
Okay.
By the way, I'm just thinking about it now. This really does lead me to a question that I need to ask, and is where are the board of directors of Kitchener Utility Enterprise in all of this, starting with 2009?
That's a question I think that I'd be interested to hear from staff once everybody else has asked their questions. Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
I thought there's... No, we are the board. I thought there's a number of councillors that are directly associated with the enterprise as opposed to indirectly. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. The council as a whole is ultimately responsible for rate setting and policy setting for the gas utilities. So a couple questions, Mr. Duritz. The last point that you answered with Councillor Fernandez, when you compared between Kitchener and Waterloo rates, the difference. Did you say you multiplied that out over the 10 years, or the difference, or?
No, I just took the...
So where you came with that 50 million difference between Union Gas customers and Kitchener Utility customers. So how did you come to that number? How did you drive that difference between...
Did you say the 50 million?
That's what you were saying. The difference was between
Yes.
Union Gas
Yes.
and Kitchener Utility.
I thank you for asking the question and for clarification. First of all, Councillor Singh, I want to compliment you for the public engagement section that you spearheaded on the Big Music Fest in your award.
Thank you.
You are to be commended.
Thank you.
The 55 million that I'm talking about directly comes from an Excel spreadsheet that I received from Pauline Houston, probably from Kitchener Utilities, and that's where I got the number from. And that is truly the number of the natural gas commodity only, the difference in pricing between KU and UG from January 1, 1998 through June 2013, which is when we discussed it last year. And my question is also begs the question, in one way, why do we even have to go through this exercise of public engagement, in quotation, okay?
Mr. Drew,
if we would have known that answer last year, this might have not been necessary.
If you could allow me to just carry on the line of question that I have. I know you're passionate about this and you have much more to say, but of course we're cognizant of the time as well. So my concern was that we are not approaching with just simple linear accounting based on the calculation that you pointed out. But that's good that you pointed out Ms. Houston was the one that provided those numbers. And I guess I would have more questions of staff to confirm some of that detail of those facts, and as well as some other questions.
Certainly. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I really don't have any questions of the delegation, because I have seen these figures. We had these figures provided to us last fall. My question really comes to you. What are we going to accomplish today? What are we trying to do? Are we going to make any decisions, or?
Staff is looking for direction on setting the natural gas rates, and that would become part of the presentation after.
Are they expecting a decision today on what direction we're going to go into?
Yes, so it'll be coming back, but staff will be presenting to that after the delegations.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Zaire.
Thanks very much. Mr. Druids, you said when you were referencing the 2011 household comparisons chart, you said nobody caught it. What did you mean by that?
When this chart was discussed in 2011, during the full day budget day, and I was here, okay? In 2011, everybody was concerned about the removal of the stormwater fee from the tax base compared in 2010. And that was the big issue of the day. When the property tax page was presented, nobody caught the line of natural gas difference between Kitchener and Waterloo.
Okay, so that's what you meant by it, and I'd like you to understand that that is false, because that was a great deal of discussion, and gas rates are always a major discussion, and it figures well into the budget discussions that we have every year. This sheet is not new. It has always been there, and I do recall the conversation. The second question is, you understood that there's a separate board for Kitchener Utilities?
I thought so. I thought.
Where would you have gotten that information?
I don't recall exactly.
Well,
is there not also a separate board for KW Hydro?
There's a separate board for Kitchener-Wilmot Hydro because there is it's a completely separate organization. Kitchener Utilities, going back decades, has been part of the city of Kitchener, and in an earlier year there was a commission long before my time, but all the time that I have been on council, the Kitchener Council has been setting the rates, and this is the board, if you wish to call it that way. We don't call it a board. We just have the responsibility for it. There hasn't been a board. I'm just surprised that is a question that's out there. Thank you.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Briefly, there are no further questions.
Well, two comments to the mayor. First of all, I thought, and I guess wrongly, and I'm here to learn too, that KU was under the same type of thing as Kitchener-Wilmot Hydro, so I stand to be corrected on that one. And as far as pointing out this issue, I mean, why did it take Bob Donald to call me on a cold call in February, March 2013 for this issue to really come to light the way it has come to light in the last 11 months?
Thank you, Mr. Jewitz. Now move to questions of staff. Councillor Singh.
Thank you.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry. Sorry, Paul. You hold off. Sir, you had a question for, I assumed it was for a question of staff.
Mayor Zair's comment is that we inherited, with the advent of regional government in 1973, we inherited the gas operation as we did the hydro, or as we did the waterworks and parks and recreation and a number of things. And it was on that date that the council of the day then became the board of directors of this operation.
Thank you. As long as the region doesn't ask for it back. Thank you, Mr. Jewitz. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, so to staff, looking at the chart that the delegation presented us with the 2011 household comparison, comparing the 1259, that's what natural gas component would be for Kitchener residents compared to 799, but that would be for the last rate set for Waterloo residents, correct? Or would that have been the average for that year?
Mr. Malcolm, when you're ready.
The information that was provided to Mr. Drewitz for the supply component was for the actual cost charged by Union Gas for Southwestern Ontario.
Thank you. I'm getting to that question next.
I don't have that chart. So. So the household comparisons would be the total cost for...
So my question is that the average cost for the Waterloo customers, or would that have been just the last rate setting for natural gas? Because, of course, Union Gas customers, their rates change quarterly, so 4 times a year. Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, that would be based on their actual rates for the prior year. In the case of things like water and sewer, where we have an anticipated rate increase, we would factor that in. Typically, we don't for gas, so it simply reflects a comparison of their actual to our actual.
Okay, all right. And the other question I have now that you were already kind of referring to was for the supply portion of our utility as to the revenue that the City of Kitchener or the utility receives. Do we have a chart that shows how we've been trending over the last 10 years?
There was a question before of the rates of supply for since 2008 to 2013.
Yeah.
From 2009 to 2013, there's been a reduction in the overall cost to the City of Kitchener under Kitchener Utilities of $260.74.
No, I just wanted to see if that chart would be...
Actually, Councillor Singh, before we bring the chart up, actually, my mistake. If you would mind holding off for questions for just a bit, there is another delegation, and actually, if staff wanted to comment as well.
Sure, then there may be some additional questions that come up, I think.
Right, yeah, I'll keep you first in the queue. Mr. Malcolm, if you don't mind, we would move on to the second delegation, Ms. Tricia Wharton. Afternoon, Ms. Wharton.
Excuse me for a second. There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, and City Councillors. Transparency and accountability are vitally important to helping councillors make decisions and determining the course of action for a policy. My name is Tricia Wharton, and that is why I'm speaking to you this afternoon on the KU Gas purchase policy decision. The guiding principle of this policy is to, quote, to achieve the minimum cost of gas for the minimum risk, according to the December 2nd, 2013 Council meeting. It is important to match the risks, benefits, and trade-offs between the two approaches of buying gas so their performance can be measured against those goals over the longer term. In order to be transparent and accountable, fairly measured must be at the forefront of all marketing pieces so that the results will be accurate and unbiased. Failure to do so will result in flawed feedback and an inaccurate assessment of what choice Kitchener residents want, and won't help council with an accurate direction for them to take. There needed to be a fair comparison between the two rate structures to be able to determine an acceptable premium that customers would be willing to pay for fixed rates, so this time-consuming and expensive marketing exercise and customer engagement would be a useful and necessary tool. This was not addressed, and Councillor Davey noted this problem when he stated he would not be putting a whole lot of stock in the survey. Focus groups from 2006 and 2012 clearly showed the majority are willing to pay higher rates for a rate that is stable and does not fluctuate with the market. The question we need to address is this statement really true? Does this really clearly reflect and serve the best interests of KU customers? Have they been shown transparent and accurate information on which to base their choice? Quotes from the Kitchener-Waterloo Record and the Kitchener Post from June 13 noted from Councillor Singh, we agreed that previous focus groups showed price stability was more important. Councillor Gazzola stated, we need to examine the issue as to what rates had been 2008 to present, as we have paid considerably more than I thought with 2012 rates, averaging out at 125% higher than the average market rates. We need to have an inquiry to find the potential to save money versus how much we paid. Councillor Glenn Graham stated, it would be helpful to explain this better to our customers. The December 2nd, 2013 Council meeting promised that although the variable approach is counter to the historical preferences for stable gas rates in Kitchener, this approach will be thoroughly canvassed in a substantial customer engagement policy in 2014. I would suggest that this was not done on an unbiased basis. Councillor Ioannidis stated, more luck than hindsight are needed for Council to fairly assess if it should direct KU to change its gas purchase policy. Natural gas prices fluctuate and cannot be consistently predicted with accuracy. Union Gas, however, a leader in gas energy, measures their risk with indicators in the marketplace and does not base their performance on lucky coincidence. Their expectation is that rates will stay moderately priced for the next 10 to 15 years at least. The Bank of Canada's head, Stephen Politz, has indicated that Canadians will see interest rates remain the same to at least 1 point lower than pre-recession levels, even after the economy has reached full capacity due to shifting demographics. Stability is used as a hedge against extreme volatility in the marketplace and an overextended period of time, years, not a season. Changing a gas purchasing policy decision should not be based on an anomaly of a weather pattern that will have a significant but short-term rate adjustment. This should not be the basis for a long-term determination of rates. If concern over a short-term rate fluctuation sets up a decision to then use fixed rates to secure pricing, which are then implemented, and also then if you get the long-term rates wrong, i.e. the stable rates, then the penalty too will exist for a long time period. We've already seen this in the overcharging the premiums KU customers have already paid and has been discussed earlier. The marketing mail-out surveys showed a bias towards the stable rate model. An associate with 20 years of marketing experience, how much longer does that mean I have?
30 seconds, pardon me.
Oh boy. Okay, 30 seconds. The KU Bills, the marketing approach is current to the current practice of fixed rates. It plays to people's fear of the unknown. When this came out, as Councillor Vaughan has mentioned, she didn't even see it. That's a typical response. People weren't even sure what they were getting if they understood it. There was no catchy headline. They did not know we were deciding your future. You need to be paying attention. The children...
Oh, pardon me, your microphone shut off. Please wrap up your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. Essentially, the marketing pieces are biased, and they show a happy and significant decision made with the stable rates where you win, the burial rates with a child who is unhappy and you will lose. My concern is that after having gone through all of this, Council is here to try to make some important decisions, and the result of the surveys, the feedback of all this stuff, is not helping you move forward in that decision and maybe leading you in the wrong direction. And as a concerned taxpayer, my concern also is that this is very late in the game. You have a lot of decisions to make, and you have virtually run out of time in order to have the accurate information to do so.
Thank you. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Rabanovich?
No, sorry, I'm not sure why I was on.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate the concerns that you've laid out and the points that you've made. But the fact remains, it seems to, the results that come from the survey resonate that our customers do want a level of consistency with their billing or what they're paying for their utility costs. And apart from, of course, the flashy flyers and all that could be leading to a certain a bias point. I don't think that was the basis of the survey or our approach with public engagement, but I can understand from what your points you're making. I myself engaged many of my residents in my ward, and I can say I had response of a little less than 150 households that responded back, answering the very simple question: do you want access to more market rates where you could pay less when the markets are low but pay quite considerably higher when they go up, or stability but you pay a little higher for stability costs? And the response was overwhelmingly that they do want some sense of security and stable rates. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I would particularly say that that's exactly the crux of the matter, is do they understand at what cost they are getting that price stability, as you call it, as opposed to being fixed. I don't know what the correct answer is. As a matter of fact, I didn't understand that there's really a third option, which is a blended policy of this rate rail kind of concept. Perhaps that needed to be addressed. I think the big problem is that people just didn't know. They don't know what those numbers are. They can't see and say, you know what, we paid $55 million too much. But is that a price I'm willing to pay? Yes or no? Maybe it is a price I'm willing to pay. But not having that information available to people, especially when it was available, I think makes a big, big flaw that at this point it's very late in the ballgame for you to try to overcome, because I don't think people really necessarily understood the issue in the way that they really needed to in order to be able to provide you with that proper feedback. I'm not here to say which one is the right choice. I have my opinion, but the whole point of these customer engagements is to let your customer have the proper information so they can get back to you with what they think are really the appropriate guidelines to go with.
And the basis of my personal approach was to make to that last point that you're making, to engage so they know what the costs and benefits of those two models are. But again, I think you're right that we do have to look at all perspectives and finally come to a point where it's fair and right for our customers, and that's always our end goal of this council.
And the big issue that I've ran across with this was transparency, making sure that when you're doing this process, people are made aware of what is going on and have that information. If the information isn't made transparent, then they're making a decision in a vacuum just as much as you might be.
Yep, and I think our continued effort is to actively be transparent, and I think the more information available is better for the customer as well as this council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'd just remind Council, careful with comments, just keep it to questions at this point. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I was trying to ascertain exactly what point you're trying to make, and and correct me if I'm. The point you're trying to make is that we didn't give the people all the information, such as if you pick stable rates, what is some idea of the cost differential as opposed to the variable rates?
Absolutely, and perhaps just in some of the references that people would have been able to see a specific graph or a table. People are visual people in a lot of cases in how they learn. And so, for example, as Mr. Dewis was talking about doing something like this over a telephone, this is a very complex issue to do over telephone. Is it as complex if it was done in a mail-out where somebody can sit down and read and they can look at the graphs, they can interpret it and make sense and mull over the question just like you would here? I suggest you might very well have been getting different responses and different opinions than what you did receive.
Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my question is just with regards to one of the questions that was asked with regards to billing, whether it be quarterly or yearly. Would you agree with the results that were given, that the majority of people would prefer yearly changes in their rates versus quarterly?
Well, again, I think that depends on the household, depends on how they budget. And I think also it depends on the degree of fluctuation you're talking about. If you can look at providing some stability so that you don't have a huge fluctuation, then probably someone would be interested in having a longer term 1 year aspect. But if rates aren't changing all that much, I think you want to stay with that market. You want to stay in that variable market or stay in something that's it's a quarterly approach. Because then you are capturing what's taking place as opposed to being locked into something where you may end up overpaying. I mean, everybody likes to underpay, but they certainly don't like to overpay. So by looking at a longer term approach like that, it may provide some stability. But again, at the end of the day, you have to answer at what cost does that come to.
So you think it's important to have some stability as long as it's not, sorry, let me just get this right. You think it's important to have some stability as long as the rates aren't fluctuating too much?
If you can come up with some means of addressing that, and I believe Councillor Brovanovich mentioned that in a piece recently as well, in talking about, as I just briefly mentioned, this modified approach. That, from what I understand, was not presented anywhere, and that may be the perfect solution, where you're not way over on this side or not way over on that side. It's some sort of a combination that people can feel comfortable with, because at the end of the day, you're not going to come up with something that everybody's going to like. That's just not the way things work. So if you can take the sharp peaks and valleys out of the equation, then I think that's the aim to go for, and that's essentially what the mandate is, which is to provide the minimum cost of gas for the minimum risk. That's fulfilling that mandate.
And again, that comes back to the word stability then, right? As long as it's not fluctuating too high and too low.
Well, it might mean stability, but it depends on how that application is applied. And I don't know that we can really get into that argument here, but that would probably be for another day.
Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. And I know you got a little short-changed on your time. One of the questions I wanted to ask you is the number of Did you see the report and the community outreach event numbers that were there?
I saw through them, but I didn't retain them in terms of the specific numbers, so you'd have to refresh my memory on that.
Okay. I mean, the numbers are not important, really. I just wanted to know if you were able to attend any of these community outreach events, and how did you hear about them?
Well, unfortunately, the same thing. I didn't get this bill until very late in the process. It didn't strike me as, again, with the comments on looking to learn more, and then it goes on to talk about rental water heaters and everything else. It didn't jump out to me say that this is something that is a really important thing to talk about. It's just sort of one of those, information pieces that you get that you just toss. So by the time I actually gave it some serious consideration, I only had the last day left, and I had some other business to attend to that day, so I was not able to go there. So again, I would suggest that your feedback you did get from this was probably relatively small, and that could have been done drastically differently, just by having a different piece than what was mailed out. I don't think this was the right piece to have been sending out to people to get their attention on the importance of this issue. And I think your lack of response would indicate that you didn't get the response you were looking for.
Okay, thank
and
you.
it can be done.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillors Singh and Verbanovich in the queue. For staff, and Councillor Verbanovich, question?
Thanks for coming in today, Ms. Wharton, and sharing some of your thoughts with us. Just in terms of the report, you are aware that obviously that there were two parts. There was the phone survey, which is sort of the statistically accurate, spread across different sectors of the community part, and then there was the self-identifying portion that the public responded to. Correct?
So you're talking about this initial survey here that was done with the focus group is one piece.
Well, the focus group helped determine what the ultimate questions would be. The ultimate survey, there was two parts to it, and I see a representative from Metroline here, so I'll ask that question later when he's here, just to get some additional clarity. But essentially, there was a portion that was done by telephone that was ensured to represent a broad sector of the community, each ward, different age groups, and so on. And that's sort of the statistically accurate part. And then there was the one that citizens could respond to on their own choice, but you can't put that the same value in terms of statistical accuracy onto that other part, because people self-select in that instance. And I just want to make sure that you understand that there were those sort of two different approaches used in terms of the surveying.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because the people who are self-selecting, by their very nature, I would suggest, are probably better educated people. They're probably more involved with what does happen in their household, what are their bills. They're going to analyze things. They're going to be questioning policy. They're going to be an involved and engaged citizen. Unfortunately, as we all know, sadly, we don't have as many involved and engaged citizens as we need. So hence the need to then try to get other information in other aspects. Again, I think by doing this as a telephone survey, given the kind of complexity of issues that we're dealing with here, that's not the route to go. So yes, you can get a different representation across the city, but are you getting the quality of information you need? And when I look at the survey, again, I don't see anywhere in the survey where it shows a representation of this is what the strict comparison is, this is what fixed/stable has been, this is what variable is, what do you think? Make them stand head to head, and whichever one has the strongest points, then that should be the one that ends up being the ultimate decision.
Okay, and maybe we can ask after there aren't any more questions of you, we can ask the representative from Metroline to talk about how questions are formulated by professionals to make sure that we don't put a bias into them, and maybe he can address some of those concerns that you're raising. I guess the last question I have is, obviously, prior to this survey happening, there was a lot in the news around rates and the difference between Kitchener and Waterloo and so on. So presumably, would you agree that would have raised awareness within the community of the issue in general?
In theory, one would like to think so. Sadly, things happen in people's lives and they get carried off with something else.
Sure.
So again, when you have the opportunity, I think you need to make sure that the information that you have is accurate, and that we can, or is presented in a light that it can be made understandable to people. And I don't think those two things took place. I don't think that, even just hearing some of the new information just very recently, that the numbers were released and were allowed to make sense to people. So if they had that information available to them, and I would strongly wonder, why was that not included in the survey? Because that could have made a huge difference, and it's really at the determining factor. What were the actual costs? Did we get ahead with the choice we made before and the policy we had, or do we need to change it? And unless you have that dollars and cents applied to it, then it is going to be very hard to make an intelligent moving forward decision.
Sure, and I appreciate what you're saying. I guess my question to you would be, just as much as that all that information was made available at the time, to a certain degree, through reporting in the media, and presumably may have steered people in some instances away from talking about stable rates because they cost more. In terms of the timing when this survey was done, I would argue that potentially the opposite could be true right now. If we went out and did a survey now after the rates for consumers, or Enbridge rather, and Union Gas have come out, they may even sway things even more so towards stable rates. Do you not think that ends up influencing people's responses potentially?
Oh, absolutely it will. But the point of the matter, too, is, again, it's the education process. It's understanding that that is not going to be the case. The winter we had and the fact that it will change short-term rates is obvious. There's not much we can do about it. The question is that are we going to have a relative change in interest rates to over 13%, which is the difference it's going to take year after year after year in order for those variable rates to then catch up to that fixed rate? I would suggest, the government or the Bank of Canada is suggesting maximum 2.25% interest rates after we have a full recovery in the economy. So if we're looking at somewhere between 1.5% to 2%, we're a long way off of running into a situation where the rates that are going to be taking place because of this bad winter will come into effect. But if people don't understand that that's not how the rates are set, that's just a short-term thing, and if they think, oh, it's going to be like that long-term, then yeah, they'll be scared, and they'll run straight to the hills for fixed rates. But does that make it a good decision? I would say no. I would say that they're misinformed, and they don't understand, how this process works. Okay. And unfortunately, it's not the kind of thing that people pay attention to until they get a horrific bill and go, oh, I paid this instead of this. That's how people tend to react, sadly enough, but that's what they do.
Councillor Anedis.
Thank you. Tricia Wharton?
Wharton, yeah.
Wharton. Thanks for coming in. You did mention a little bit about markets and market fluctuation, and you're saying, I didn't quite understand, because you sort of said that the markets could be predicted. I'm not understanding what you were saying there.
Well, as in any commodity, there's obviously a marketplace of which they go out and they use their risk factors, and they go into the marketplace using the various indices and the indicators, and prices are set. And there's experts in their field who do that thing. And obviously Union Gas has, for example, a series of experts who've come along and said, based again on the long term, we may have a forecast of a short-term 40% increase, and even that 40% number is being debated a lot. But that is because of a bad winter scenario. But in the terms of the normal marketplace, they don't base their performance on luck or any kind of not understanding the factors. And they have come out and said that we don't expect any major rate increases of any sort for the next 2025, 2030, which again is reinforced by the interest rate policy. It's inflationary policy. All of those kinds of things, when you factor them together, are going to give them the variables they use for determining the accuracy of their predictions.
Okay. So you're saying that they could predict the weather, and they knew that it was going to be a bad weather? Because to me that's difficult for someone to predict. And when that's difficult to predict, the weather, that's something that states volatility. So whether it's a fluctuation or not, it's ups and downs, as you mentioned, the peaks and valleys, that's telling me it's volatile. And it's when it's by season, that's even saying it's even more extremely volatile.
But if, again, they have experts in environmental science and all of this sort of stuff, they will understand that weather is one factor, it's not the only factor, and again, they will address that and say that that is a situation where they will then be able to predict what is going to be happening with rates. There was an understanding that we were going to be getting a very tough winter. The problem is, how do you adjust on that in the short term? You can't do a whole lot, when you know that this is going to be taking place within the next, 2 to 3 months. But it is something that over time, which is what we're talking about here, is we're talking about a long-term policy. Over time, that gets factored into the equation. So therefore, are you looking at getting that kind of weather scenario that you're saying creates the volatility? Are we going to get this again in the next year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year? We had over 102 snow days where the snow was consistently on the ground this last year, which broke a record. The last one was 89 days, and it was in 1979. So, you don't want to be basing a policy of something that happens every 30 years. You want to be basing a policy based on this is a consistent thing, and yes, every now and again we might get it wrong. But how much does it cost when we get it wrong? And it's not going to be a whole lot in comparison to the fact that, it would have to be over 13% every year, so basically 50% over that period of time in order for the numbers not to work.
Okay. So you're basically sort of saying a stable rate, because that's kind of where you're pointing at, because if you're looking at long term, you're looking at over a large time frame. So
no, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying a stable rate long term. What I'm saying is that the policy needs to be looked at. Policy needs to be looked at for the long term. And what I mean there is that the rates themselves may change to varying degrees. So you need to decide, do you want a variable policy to work long term with, say, quarterly adjustments, or every 6 months, whatever those factors end up being, or do you actually choose a rate policy that is stable? Both of them need to be addressed as a long-term objective, though. So don't confuse what I mean by long-term, how I'm applying that. I think perhaps you were on the wrong page with that.
I think I understood exactly what you were saying.
Because I'm not suggesting stable rates.
Yeah, because...
Or variable.
Yeah,
I think, quite honestly, with Mr. Gobanovich, that it's probably...
Yeah. No, I think I understand.
Probably more the lungs of something that's probably a blended approach.
Okay, and I don't disagree with a blended approach. That's... Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Morton. It was appreciated.
Okay.
Okay, before we actually get into questions of staff and being cognizant of time, is there any particular points that staff wanted to highlight before we get into the questions? Ms. Houston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually going to point that out. I think it would be helpful to have our representative from Metroline and Mr. Malcolm make a brief presentation, because I think it will answer some of your questions or some of the questions that have come up before we take questions from members of council, if you wouldn't mind.
Very good. Clarification, Mayor Zaire?
In the process here, are we dealing with all of this right now before we're breaking? In other words, coming to a conclusion? Because this is going to take another hour.
I would look to
So
councillors.
I thought that we were going to hear the delegations, take our break, and because we're now getting into the presentation as well. That may be what, after we've done that. I just wanted to understand what's happening, because it's now 1 o'clock, 5 after 1, and as we all know, we have a lot of ground to cover yet this afternoon. So I'm in your hands.
Thank you, Mayor Zaire. Yes, and I was hoping that we would have finished this item by now. I would look to staff if we don't continue, when would we? Okay. Sorry, just Ms. Houston, do you want to?
Mr. Chair, I think staff would prefer if you could deal with it now, because we have Dave from Metroline here to answer questions as well. So I think it's important to continue that discussion.
Thank you. And actually, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, we were the ones that have been, not being succinct in our comments and questions. So we can, in my opinion, we can sit through it. Councillor Rubenovich?
That's fine. I was just going to raise that. I think it's important that we hear from Dave from Metroline before he leaves.
Very good. So we will continue then. Mr. Malcolm, at your leisure.
Good Good afternoon. This presentation is in regards to Council's direction of December 9, 2013 to proceed with hiring a consulting firm to develop and conduct research on our natural gas supply program, in particular the natural gas purchasing policy that's been in place since 1998 and reaffirmed in 2006. Metroline was the company that was selected to conduct this research. We held 2 focus groups to help with the questions. We held a telephone survey as well as online survey. What we're looking for from direction from Council is to look at the current natural gas purchasing policy itself. 1, do we keep the current hedging policy that we have today as per the 2006? Do we modify that 2006 purchasing policy, or do we remove the hedging policy and go to a variable rate policy? So those are the 3 options that are before you for direction. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Keynes in regards to the customer research, because this is the focus of the discussion right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Wally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, folks. So I would like to just take 10 or 15 minutes and run through some of the highlights of the research findings, and then at that point I'm happy to take questions. So all of you will have been distributed a copy of the report in advance, and sorry, just double check this is working. There we go. And as Wally just covered, Metroline was hired to gauge basically public sentiment about natural gas rate setting policy in as objective a fashion as we could. We approached this by first of all designing the survey questions in conjunction with utility staff, and which was also taken through Council. We then held 2 focus groups, and some members of Council and staff were able to observe as they happened, to, in essence, to test the survey, to pre-test the survey. So we were able to have a discussion with some residents regarding the survey to make sure did they understand what they were being asked. And as a result of the survey, as the focus groups, we did make a few modifications to the survey, which then we put out into the marketplace. The survey had 2 streams, as Councillor Urbanovic already said. We had a random telephone survey conducted proportionate to population by age and gender, but also by ward. And then to give other members of the public the opportunity to participate, the survey was posted online through the City of Kitchener's website, which Kitchener Utilities advertised in various ways. As well, hard copies of the survey were made available at the public events that Kitchener Utilities were at. And so all those surveys were put together, and we have the results that we have. Basically, the work that we did was trying to understand resident perception about natural gas rates, to explore the different options, stable versus variable. And stable we defined because Kitchener Utility does not use a fixed rate, as to my understanding. It's a blended rate of both fixed rate and some variable rates at times. So that was why the word was used. So looking at satisfaction and brand perception first, before we get into the rate setting policies, we first of all were asking general questions related to satisfaction with the utility on a scale of 1 to 7 overall. And the majority of folks were quite satisfied. 56% scored it 6 or 7 out of a 7-point scale. On the random side, and very similar, 53% on the public survey, which was the combination of the online results and the public events where people could fill out a hard copy. The satisfaction varied a little bit according to age group. Those folks who had been perhaps in the community longer or a customer of Kitchener Utilities longer were more likely to score it on a higher scale. 68% scored it a 6 or 7. We also asked a few questions related to administration or billing. Over the past 5 years, so to understand perception of natural gas rates, would you say that rates for supply of your natural gas have increased a lot, a little, stayed the same, or decreased? Or also the option was that they didn't know that. About 71% feel that rates have increased over the past 5 years, although more are saying a little at 45% than a lot, 26%. And about 1 in 5 of those we spoke to did not know what has happened to the natural gas rates over the past 5 years. And how has Kitchen Utilities gas rates compared to those of other suppliers over the past year or two? We had more than half of the folks interviewed for the random survey don't know the answer to that question, and about a quarter, 28%, who said that it has been higher than other utilities over the past year or two. And do you know or believe that municipally owned utilities such as Kitchen Utilities earn a profit on any or all of their utility bill? The finding here, and perhaps an opportunity for communications for council to consider, is that almost 2/3 of the people we spoke to, 62%, felt that in fact Kitchener Utilities does make a profit on the natural gas supply, that it's not simply a pass-through. So that's one thing that you can look at. It was actually higher than the delivery and the transportation. Have you ever been approached to switch a supplier for natural gas? Was another question in terms of measuring sentiment. About 2/3 of the people that either we spoke to on the phone or who responded to a survey said they have been approached at some point in the past, but only a few of them, 5% in the random survey and 3% on the public survey, have ever purchased their natural gas from any other customers. And in terms of understanding why that's the case, there was primarily the answers was that they don't trust door-to-door salespeople and they didn't like the approach, or the opposite side was that they do like or trust Kitchen Utilities. Okay, so looking at the rate setting models, I've put a lot of text on the screen here, but in essence, these are the two different gas rate models that we put together and that we tested in the focus group before we did the survey. So understanding what stable gas rates are and what variable gas rates are. And the results between those two things, first of all, the way I would look at it is, because we're measuring public sentiment, is that there's appetite on both sides of the table. Some folks want stable, and they told us why, which I'll explain in a minute. Some folks told us they want variable, and they also told us why. And it was very clear in their comments that they did understand the differences between the two policies. Just a bit of in-depth look. Women were more likely than men to be preferring a stable rate option, and the folks that said earlier that they were not satisfied with Kitchen Utilities, so they scored it lower, were more likely to say they wanted to move towards a variable rate model instead of a stable rate model. Those who preferred stable rates, we asked them why. The main reasons was that it's better for their budget, it's more predictable, and things aren't fluctuating as much. And on the screen now you'll see a few comments directly from participants in the research about why they would prefer stable rates. Those who prefer variable rates would like to see it that way because they want to take advantage of basically an opportunity to save money. Take advantage of a rate drops. They think that variable rates are cheaper in the long run and that there's more chances for them to save money that way. And again, some comments on the screen related to why folks chose variable rates over stable rates. And then regardless of which option they chose, we asked how much they would trust Kitchen Utilities to adopt the business model that best respects them as a customer. Most of those interviewed would trust Kitchen Utilities to adopt that business model. 46% of customers in the random survey and 41% in the public survey said they saw it 6 out of 7. Those who said they would not trust Kitchen Utilities to set that model are concerned about how much more they've been paying for natural gas than other municipalities primarily, and there are some direct comments on the screen. Also, regardless of whether they would prefer a stable or variable rate, we asked some questions about variable rate to understand their tolerance related to risk for rate increases. A little over half of those, basically a little over half of who we interviewed, say that they're concerned that there could be some wide fluctuations in their rates and how that would affect their budget. And again, women are more concerned than men that significant increase could happen and affect their budget at home. And those 60 years and over were the most concerned, potentially because of being on a fixed income. We also asked how they would feel about a rate-setting policy that set rates every quarter rather than set rates once a year, and how do they feel about that. And generally speaking, they are not used to that, so they were more likely to say that far too often, quarterly was a little too often for them or far too often for them. Those who had a preference for variable rates, however, were more likely to say that quarterly is something that they would be happy with. You can see on page 45 what's on the screen. In the variable rate column, 64% in the random survey and 76% of those in the public survey would be happy with rate setting on a quarterly basis. Also looking at how the rates could fluctuate under a variable rate policy to see what they thought their tolerance was. Majority of folks seem to be in around the 10% range for changes and fluctuations. A few who were a little more than that, and then about a quarter who said that it's fair that whatever the market dictates would be what they would be having to pay. The other piece of this, which Councillor Verbanovic didn't mention at the front, is that we were also asked to provide this survey for small business customers, and Kitchener Utilities did mail out a survey link to those folks, and they had the opportunity to answer the survey. In the interest of time, I'll just basically say that the responses were fairly similar in terms of their tolerance and their preference for stable rates versus variable rates. It was about 61% who would prefer stable rates and 39% who would prefer variable. And I think, Mr. Chair, that pretty much wraps up the presentation.
Thank you kindly. Now, questions staff-wide. Councillor Singh.
I think I'll allow questions directly to the current presenter, and then I have some questions of other staff.
Actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to we're way behind, so I don't want to have people ring in twice. So if you
I
want
just
to ask
want to go back
questions
and
across.
forth, that was it.
Sure.
So I thought we stay focused on the presentation. That's why I was suggesting that, but that's fine. So I guess that question would be for Mr. Malcolm then, rather. And Ms. Malcolm, if you actually go to the beginning of the presentation as well, where it shows the natural gas market price versus KU gas rates versus union gas rates, it's in the report 5-7.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was hoping it would come up on display as well, so those watching or the stream that could see it as well, but that's fine. So it shows the price difference over the last 10 years or so between Kitchener Utility and Union Gas. And at a point in 2008, it says that Union Gas changes purchase policy to 100% market price by order of OEB, and that's where you see a significant drop in the price comparison between Union Gas and KU gas rates. Now, understandably, it happened at a point where there was a significant, economic instability. But was there anything else that attributed to that substantial decline? So the question I'm getting at is there a premium built in to stable rates versus spot rates?
Through the chair, to do the risk management of a portfolio that has hedging involved does come at a cost, because you do have to monitor the markets, you do have to determine what are the various factors that are taking place, not only on the supply side, production side, weather risks. There's a number of things that take into account. Union Gas at the time of 2008 were in a hedging policy. It was a group that went to the Ontario Energy Board to remove them from going into the hedging. The reason why they removed out of the hedging from the Ontario Energy Board's philosophy is the cost of managing a program. Do they want local distribution companies to managing a hedge program? and what is the cost of doing that. So yes, the Ontario Energy Board felt that there was a cost of doing that. Union Gas showed that over time their hedging program has reduced that market risk volatility. However, the Ontario Energy Board believed that managing that type of portfolio with staff was not warranted for a local distribution company.
So if you had to monetize that unit of that cost, the hedging cost on a unit of natural gas, what would that be? Do we have that?
If you look at, if you take Mr. Druitt's example, and you take the number of customers that he utilized, and he utilized 66,000 from the start of '98 to today, which our count has grown up to 66. It wasn't 66 back in '98. If you do the math on it and you take a look at the difference in pricing, it works out to 15.6 cents per day as a premium that Kitchener Utilities has paid based on Mr. Druitt's calculation.
You're speaking to Mr. Druitt's calculation. I'm sure that this is something we do on a day-to-day basis based on the information that we have.
Yeah,
based on our own expertise. Can you speak to that rather?
Yeah, sorry. From our expertise, we were looking at if you take in divide up all the customers' consumption patterns over the time period for each month, my calculation came out to about 25 cents per day.
25 cents per day?
Yes.
Per customer?
Yes.
So what would that be across the board? I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. So this is not something that we would have calculated, what the impact would be or the cost escalation would be across the board for our enterprise.
No, we wouldn't have calculated that.
Okay. And of course, this will come whenever we decide today or we decide at a later point. This is something that will have to come at a later point for ratifying. I think it's necessary to have that information, not to say anything of the calculations that Mr. Druitt has done. Again, he is a member of the public, and we seek to you for your expertise in knowing the exact numbers so that we can correlate between the information, all the information that's presented before us. So that's something that we would want to see. So in our cost to the Kitchener Utility customer, gas customer, the cost of that is separated between different aspects: delivery, transportation, and is there another one as well, or supply? What is the component that's actually a profit to the utility?
Delivery component.
Delivery. Delivery costs over the last 10 years, 5 years. What has happened with them?
Delivery costs have basically risen during the time period. The capital construction projects that we have to do to maintain our infrastructure has increased over time. Labor rates have increased over time. Material rates have increased over time. So the fixed component of running a natural gas business has increased over the past 10 years.
And the supply costs?
The supply costs is variable. As you can see from the graph, it goes up and down. It all depends on the consumption patterns, the production levels, as well as the weather that has taken place throughout the time period.
Okay, I had one more question, but I'll key back in. I heard the bell.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I just want to go over a couple of questions. Union started going strictly market 2008, is that right?
That's correct.
Before that, how were they?
They were doing a hedging program similar to what we do.
A blended?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And when did we stop buying from Union?
1998.
98. So from 98 to this day, have we been on that blended schedule?
Yes, that's correct. We've been on our blended program since 1998.
Okay. So from information you provided before, the blended, I had figures here that like in year one, 65% of it is fixed and 35% we're buying on the spot market.
If you go to the table, on 5-2. Where you have the maximum and minimum for years 1 through to year 5. That is the rails approach that Kitchener Utilities has utilized based on the current purchasing policy. The maximum amount of gas that we can purchase going 1 year out is 90%. The minimum is 40%. Year 2, it goes down to 70%. Year 3 is 50%. Down all the way to year 5 is a maximum of 20%, and the minimum is 10%. So based on what's happening in the marketplace, what's happening with consumption within our service territory, we use these as our maximum and minimums to purchase the fixed part of our contracts. The remaining part would be on the variable side.
When we talk about having had stable rates, we have had what we call stable rates based on this blending, which isn't 100% fixed.
That's correct.
Yeah,
It's not 100% fixed.
Yeah,
no.
so the two differences, 100% fixed, 100% variable, which Waterloo does.
Union Gas is 100% variable.
Yes, and we've from between 1998 and now, we've been somewhat in the middle. We haven't been at either one end or the other.
That's correct. We've always been a blended rate.
Yeah.
But it's varied over each time period depending on the circumstances of that year.
I quite frankly, I was never aware of the differences from the graphs. It's difficult to really grasp the difference. And it was a year ago that I asked you for the actual figures on a month-by-month basis. And when you look at that, you get a different picture of it. I guess this graph actually does show a good, because there's that big glob between 2009 and 13 that we've been substantially off, right? You agree?
Based on the market conditions of how the supply rate dropped, when you compare that you've had fixed contracts compared to an instantaneous of a market drop, yes, the market did drop off. The fixed component that we were under does not drop off that dramatically because you do have a fixed portion.
What was in the schedule you do? You deal with strict market, right? You deal with strict market. You deal with Kitchener Utilities is doing, and you deal with Union Gas, right? That's what this shows. It shows the three factors.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
It shows what the market price was, what Union Gas's prices were based on their approved rates from the Ontario Energy Board, and then Kitchener Utilities approved rates.
And what our rates were, okay, which, looking at it over, you provided me with figures from, I think it was 2003 to 13. Over that period of time, Waterloo was a little, or Union was a little bit less than market. How would that happen?
Basically, on their, the market fluctuates and it changes on a dynamic basis. Their rates, they incorporate a number of pluses and minuses. So what they charge their customer after one of the quarters is they determine how much did they actually pay to supply that rate. So if the rate that they charged their customer was higher than the market rate, then they would institute a credit on the bill on the next quarter. So what you would see is that they would have a market rate, and then it would be less what they overcharge their customers based on what they actually paid for the commodity during that quarter. So that's how the Union Gas rate would be less than the current market rate at the time. It's based on their pluses and minuses over the course of that quarter.
Okay. Have Union Gas, since 2008, always billed quarterly?
Since 2008, they had to go through a quarterly rate adjustment through the Ontario Energy Board. That is a requirement of the legislation.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola, I'll have to come back to you. Your 5 minutes has expired. Okay. Councillor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much. My questions are actually to Dave from Metroline. It's around the surveys. Hi, Dave, and thanks for your presentation. I just want to understand from a survey point of view, I think it might be beneficial to just understand how long you've been doing this kind of work and perhaps address some of the concerns that were raised by some of the delegations around the survey methodology.
Sure. Well, first of all, I've been, Metroline itself as an organization has been doing this for a little over 21 years. I've been in the business for 30 years. And I do spend a lot of time doing work with public sector clients, whether it's at the municipal level, regional level, and provincial level on a number of different topics. That's me. And then in terms of the questionnaire policy, our direction was to prepare and provide as much of an unbiased look at measuring public sentiment that we could bring to you, so you guys who set policy could answer that. In terms of how the questionnaire was designed, we were looking at each question on an individual basis, trying to provide as much information on a simplified level as we could. It's very easy in these kind of situations to write leading questions, and that was the reason we did the focus groups, was to understand, do people understand the question based on how they answer it, and also is it leading them in one particular direction, because my understanding is that we're going into this as explorers, because that's my job. So we're trying to understand on a broad level what is the sentiment of people, what do they want council to provide them.
And in terms of the specific questions, you chose not to include numbers and impacts there. What was the rationale behind that? And do you think, in retrospect, did that add to the quality of survey, or did it potentially hurt the quality of survey?
Part of presenting it in an unbiased fashion, especially when we first got into this conversation, was looking at the last 5 years. On the last 5 years doesn't reflect the term of the policy, which is 15 years. So first of all, trying to illustrate that both on an online survey or on a phone survey, or even if we had gone and tried a mail survey, which incidentally doesn't really happen very much anymore. It's very complicated to show that, because over the 15-year period, the actual difference in rates is a lot different than in the last 5 years.
Okay, and in terms of the survey then and the responses, like in terms of the telephone survey, obviously you're satisfied with the statistical accuracy of it in terms of the standards of the industry?
Absolutely, yeah.
And in terms of the public survey, is the response level, which I think amounts to about 2%, fairly consistent with what you would normally see in terms of survey response levels for self-identified people?
Sometimes it depends on the subject.
Okay.
But it does. We did 612, I believe, was the number for the public survey, which, for a tool like this is actually pretty good. They had several different opportunities to answer the survey, and the results were actually, sentiment-wise, were remarkably similar. Obviously, the percentages change, and that's inherent in the difference in the methodology. But the sentiment was the same on both sides.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. And before we continue, I'll just bring your attention to the spreadsheet that was put down before you. This is dating back to January 1998. And I also draw your attention to the final line, the difference between the $874.55 figure is the difference between kitchen utilities and Union Gas over that period of time. So they paid $874.55 more, the average household. Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. For today, the options that we're dealing with today really are to pick an approach, pick a duration for that approach, and then you're coming back with the details that look at the details, and a final decision in May. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, well, in that case, then I am prepared to make a motion when the time is appropriate. Did you want me to bring it forward now so people can see it? Or?
Yes, if you brought it forward now, that might.
I actually wrote it out. It may not. it may need some word tweaking, but basically, the motion that is to direct staff to move forward with the modified approach and look at a 3 and 5 year time frame for that approach, so that that decision then can be made when the report comes back in May with the detail of what that 3 and 5 year hedging approach could look like.
Thank you. Did you have questions as well?
No.
Okay, very good.
Well, I did ask my question. I just had that one question.
Okay, very good. Councillor Yaneski.
Yes, a few questions here. On page 5-2, that chart at the bottom would be good, years 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the maximum minimums. Where are we right now, or in what year? Or does that...
We're in the current summertime period, which is prior to year 1. Year 1 would be next winter.
We're in year 1.
We're prior to year 1 for this current year. So for the summertime period, it's prior to year 1. Year 1 is, we base it on our winter months. So year 1 in this portfolio here would be 2015. So 2014 to 2015, if you're looking at today, would be year 1. 2016 would be year 2, year 3, etc.
Okay, thank you. On page 2-5, you got social media, and you've got some statistics there that you've done so much on Twitter and Facebook and so many responses and clicks and tweets, and then you got an average of so much on Twitter and so much on Facebook. There's no comment provided in terms of if you're satisfied that that was a good way of doing it, or you're totally happy, or you're totally disappointed?
Through the chair, social media is a new and different approach to getting information out. I do not believe there's any records as to what is good or really exceptional. I'm not sure if Ms. Johnson from the communications would know on the social media side whether this is typical or what the case is. There's not that many people that, not all 66,000 people are on Facebook or on Twitter, so you're only capturing those that have utilized those types of media. So to me, when I look at this and I look at some of the online work that we've done with the Weather Network or with CTV's banner, we've been advised by the folks that set that up as far as promoting these products, that typically what we've been seeing is pretty good for a metropolitan size of Kitchener, that we're probably on the leading edge of utilizing social media within this community.
Okay, thanks. Also, further down at the bottom of that page, community outreach events. There are about a half a dozen or so events that you attended, and you got a number of customers. Is that the number of customers that you approached in each of those things, or is that the number of customers that actually took the survey?
Through the chair, the number of customers are the number of customers that approached us as staff.
That were approached are here.
Yeah, so if you look at the Kitchener Ranger game on February 9th,
right,
1,000 customers approached our booth.
So how many actually took the survey?
We handed out surveys to them to either fill out on their own or at the game. I'd say out of the 1,000, we probably received about 10 that actually filled it during the game. Others took it home and decided to send it in at a later time.
Okay, thank you. The brochure that was pointed out by one of the delegations, that green one, who prepared it? Was it the consultant or staff? And then comments as to basically that there was people, kids on the teeter-totter and a swing or playing the playground, and if you got it, you probably missed it, and that it could have been a landscaping promotionals or something of that nature. That's the way it came, the way I saw it, as opposed to being a survey. How did that all come about, and just your justification for that approach?
Yeah, we utilize the services of the City of Kitchener's internal communications division to set up that brochure for us. As far as the implementation, I could pass it on to Ms. Johnson to talk about her staff's involvement in that.
Okay, I'll leave that to afterwards. In your telephone survey that you would have done, or even the online survey, you ask the question of stability, fixed rates versus variable rates, what you would want. Yet the question of what is the rate? I mean, I know when you get your gas bill, it's got so many costs per cubic meter, etc., and it's all in the 0.03125, whatever the figures are, and then it changes the next, it means maybe, I mean, it means something, but maybe to the average Joe citizen it means nothing. Not like a mortgage where you got 2% or your mortgage is at 5%. You can make a judgment as to whether that's a stable rate that I want to lock into or a variable rate I want to think, knowing what the market conditions is by reading a newspaper and being informed. But when you see a statistic of 0.0 cubic feet, how can a person make any judgment call on that, whether they want stable or
Councillor
variable?
Yansky, your time's up. You want to answer the question and move along?
Through the chair, if you look at customers and bills, they don't really focus on the individual components. They look at the overall bill as their total cost. The variable component of their bill on the supply side is over 50% of their bill. So when the rates changes on the supply side, they will notice a bigger increase or decrease on their total bill that they will see on a monthly basis. So what customers typically look at is at their total bill. Has it gone up or down? And with the supply component being more than 50% of that bill, that's what they equate to. They don't care about how much it costs to transport it, how much it delivers it. They look at the total bill and say, at the end of the day, I paid $200 this month to get gas to my house and use that gas. And I think if you look at any utility industry, the sentiment of customers is at the bottom line. And that bottom line is made up mostly from the supply component of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
My question's more towards the consultant, David. Thanks, David. The question that I have is, from your professional opinion, and because I know the question that's been out there that's mentioned that there wasn't any engagement. And I just wanted to get your opinion on the engagement, because when I look at the report here, there seems to be a lot of engagement here, like more than what you would typically see in any other type of issue. And so that, like, to me, reaching out to 2,200 people face to face talking about it, you can't get any more engaged at that point. And then when you factor in the print media and Leisure Magazine, the media that has been reading about, telling about this story. You have the website. You have all of this. All this to me, it screams to me that it's been out there. And so I would just want to get your opinion on that, because I don't think we've ever done this. We don't do this for a lot of surveys, in particular the Statue Project and the Casino Project, and no one had any concerns about those ones. So I'm wondering why this one is so laser focused, as why there was no engagement.
Yeah, I can't speak to the decisions that were made regarding that, because that was not part of what I was doing. However, I have worked on a lot of projects, whether it be for waste management, utilities, water efficiency, all those kind of things, and over and above the amount of stuff that we were involved in, there was quite a lot of external work done to try and reach out to people.
Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Dave, you may as well stay there for a minute.
Okay.
When we talked, I was at the focus group, and then again when you met with a couple of councillors and myself, one of the things I had asked you was about knee-jerk responses. Maybe I didn't use that word specifically, but when people are answering a telephone survey, is it often a problem that maybe they're being interrupted, or they're not understanding the question the way they should be, or they're saying, okay, Ari, we've already had 10 minutes and I'm just going to start responding quicker? Is there a possibility that that could happen in these kind of surveys?
No more, and potentially less than in an online survey or a mail survey.
Okay, so that wouldn't have been a variable then? I mean, when you do an online survey, you admitted it's self-selected, so you're already interested in the issue. You may have done some background research on it as well.
People tend to get bored with online surveys historically. I mean, I don't know about this specific issue, but historically people get more bored with online surveys quicker than interacting with a live person.
Okay, all right, thank you, fair enough. I think there was one other question I had of you. The one question that puzzled me a little bit, and that was on the administration and billing. And how do you pay your kitchen or utilities bill? And that was on page 5-27. How is that information relative to a decision around fixed or stable rates, or what were you trying to establish there?
That was not related to that was related to other information for staff at the utility. That was not related to the rate policy.
Okay, all right, thank you. So that's all the questions I have for you. So I have questions for Wally. So just looking at the bill paying question, it says only 6% actually come in and pay their bill by check or other ways. Can you explain to me how many transactions, or do you know how many transactions per day that would actually result in, whether it's overall the bill payments and then breaking it down? Would you know that?
Councillor Fernandez, I appreciate the line of questioning, but we're very tight on time, and I'm not really sure how that's going to influence whether it's fixed or variable or some combination.
It just leads to the next question.
That has to do with fixed or variable?
Yep.
Okay.
Through the chair, I do not have the daily transactions for the number of folks coming into City Hall to pay.
Okay, thanks. The reason I'll just explain really quickly, the reason I was asking that question is because I think that people who do a pre-authorized payment usually are fairly comfortable with what they're paying. And people who are coming in and paying often may have a little bit more of a concern. So that was where I was leading with that. And I think that was all the questions I had.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much, and I'll start with you, Wally. Question about premium, and I appreciate the information. We're trying to get at whether people were making an informed decision, and the premium piece is something really critical to that, because when you want stability, it's a nice, comfortable thing, but do we share that information about the premium for stability, and was that part of the I guess the information that was conveyed online and otherwise?
Through the chair, not through the telephone survey or the online questionnaire. When we started talking about the premium, it was more on the community engagement. When folks came to us at the booth, they were asking us questions in regards to, okay, what am I paying now as compared to my neighbor in Waterloo? And we provided that information. We have our rates on the website. Union Gas's rates are on the website as well. A lot of people that called into the office to ask questions about it, they ask the same types of questions, and we provide them with the answers. There's nothing to hide. There's nothing to state differently. It's a matter of record, and we're there to provide them with that information. So if anybody had any questions in regards to that, it was dealt with either through face-to-face or through the telephone.
Okay. So just to understand the premium again, you talked about two numbers. One was 15.6 or something cents a day, and the other was 25. Could you just compare and contrast those again?
The one that's the 25 cent is based on the average consumption use month by month for a typical Kitchener Utilities residential customer, starting from 1998 to basically the end of 2013. So the numbers that we used was based on what consumers have used on average every month as a residential customer. So not the high-end small commercial or the industrial commercials, just strictly residential customers. Typically from November to March is the greatest consumption time period for natural gas usage. So to get an accurate picture between the rates that Union Gas are charging their customers and what Kitchener Utilities are charging their customers, you have to break it down by the time of year, because Union Gas is going through a quarterly rate adjustment. You just can't take an average. So The beauty of having Union Gas's rates every quarter is that we can apply it to our customer usage and determine what the premium was over that time period. So for my analysis, it worked out to approximately 25 cents since 1998 per month for a customer in Kitchener over a Union Gas customer. So the price that a Kitchener Utilities customer has paid is 25 cents a day since 1998, not a certain time period, but the whole entire program.
Thank you. That's helpful. I guess the next question is back to the question of delivery, transportation, and supply. How often do we delineate that to our customers about the fact that what we're charging for, and that supply is not a feature of that? How often do we share that information, push out through our different mail envelopes, the fillers, and that kind of thing?
Through the chair, at the time of rate increases, we identify to the public when we go through the rates what the different components are and what the cost differences are between what they paid last year and what they pay this year. Our supply rates are noted on our website. They're also noted that if a customer has any questions, the beauty of being local is that they know where to contact us, they know where to find us and ask the questions. So those that are engaged and want to know the information, either they go online or they'll contact our office and we'll provide them with the information that they are seeking.
Okay, but let me just be clear. It's about annually that you're sharing that information when there's a change, and then you don't necessarily say we're not making money off of the supply side and things, or you do say that?
Yes, we do. We do indicate that the supply is a straight pass-through. It is not for profit or marked up.
Okay. That's very helpful. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. And before we go around again, I'll get my questions in as quickly as I can. Okay, the key, stepping back a little bit, the key problem, as I understand, is the City of Kitchener isn't allowed to offer more than one rate option by the OEB. Is that correct? We're not rate regulated by the Ontario Energy Board. The City of Kitchener Council does the rate regulation, but in the province of Ontario, a local distribution company mandated by the Ontario Energy Board is allowed to only have one program, and that's a system supply program, and they have mandated the rate-regulated utilities to be on the spot market rate as opposed to having a hedging program. Okay, so in short, then, we are not allowed to offer more than one option? No, not in Ontario. And to clarify again, if even these door-to-door people, if we lose, quote-unquote, lose a customer to a door-to-door person that's offering a different option, that doesn't impact the City of Kitchener financially in any way, shape, or form? We could have 66,000 customers with marketers. It would have no bearing on Kitchener Utilities or our rates in regards to providing the services of delivering the natural gas. It's a straight pass-through. It'll be strictly the issue that we would have is that we would have to maintain the relationships with the marketers and make sure that the bills that we're producing for them indicate the actual rates that are on for that particular customer. So you could have 66 potentially thousand different rates being offered to customers out there that we would have to ensure that are on our bills. Okay. What are the costs of offering the fixed or rails model that we have now? And I'll list the ones that I know to save you. There's obviously the staffing component of deciding when and figuring out the policy. And I assume that there's a built-in component as well that if we purchase a set amount over 5 years, then the supplier would bump up the current rate. Is that correct? When we enter into negotiations on the terms, the supplier is guaranteeing us that rate for that term. So we put it out for a bidding process, saying that we're looking to buy X number of gas molecules over this time period. The supplier comes back with a price, and it's a firm price based on what their portfolio dictates and what sort of margins they're seeing as far as getting the gas at that time period. Okay, so they're not basically coming to us and saying, if you do it now or do it later, this is the difference in pricing. It's based on what is it that you're requiring to order, and they'll fulfill that order for you. Okay, but similar to a fixed mortgage rate versus variable, that fixed rate over a longer term, I assume the tenders always come in higher than the current market rate. If you go out 5 years from now and look at it, yes, the market rate 5 years from now would be higher than today's market rate,
but they're taking into consideration what is the market going to be in 5 years. So that's a risk that they're taking by entering into a contract 5 years from now.
Okay. So if we offer only a fixed or stable rate, however you want to phrase it, is there any business model other than a different rate? I shall put it a different way. Have you ever heard of a private sector offering of variable rates only? So
No,
if as a customer in Kitchener, have you ever heard of a private operator offering variable rates?
No, I have not.
And I'm assuming that's because there's no way to make a profit on that.
For a marketer, no.
Right, okay. So I'm going to make a statement, and I'd like you to comment on what's wrong with it, because this is something I don't understand. Assuming for the moment that Kitchener decided to go to purely market rates, it would create a private sector opportunity to offer the sort of stability long-term rates. So there would be two options, whereas right now, if we go with the fixed rate, the average customer will never have the option to go to variable.
Yes, the customer will, through a marketer, they have fixed rates, anywhere from a 1-year term up to a 3-year term. If we were strictly variable, we'd be seeing the same marketing activity that we see today. It's no different in Union Gas's territory that has a strictly variable rate, that their customers and the retail offerings is a fixed component that they'd be signing up for. So if they want 3 years at 16.5 cents, that's what they will get for the next 3 years going through a marketer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh?
Thank you. And just two brief questions. I'm referring to a chart that was just handed out to council members, and it breaks down the comparison between Kitchener utility supply rates with Union Gas and the difference, the cost difference. And the tally of it after 16 years, which is I think some of the months of this year, comes to about 180 months. Total, it comes to a difference of $874, not taking into account the GST, HST component. So that would be correct?
That is correct.
So it's pretty much coming to about $4.70 or so per month is really the premium that our customers are paying for a stable rate versus a spot rate. Okay. And the other question I had was, if we're looking at, and I want to commend Councillor Varanovich, he alluded to this point first, I guess looking at a hedging or a modified approach. So can you, quick summary, how is that different than what we're doing right now, if we were to go with that approach?
With a modified approach, there's various different ways that you can handle it. You can go to a fixed component over a 1-year period, a 3-year period, a 5-year period. You can look at different percentages in regards to in year one, during the summer, do you want only 50% to be on a fixed contract basis and then have the remainder as a variable component? In the winter, you may want to have a fixed component at a higher percentage because of that's the bulk of when your gas is being used in the market as far as the weather conditions are going to be prevalent. So those are the variety of different ways that you can spread out the time frame. You can also determine the max and min that you want, and you can also break it down by the seasons if you want. So that's a modified hedging program that you can look at. What we look at is strictly on a summer basis and a winter basis. The year-by-year basis is what the maximum rails tell us. Once we come out of the winter, we're just basically refilling our storage tanks to get the gas back to the customers in the wintertime.
And I get that, and my question is to the motion that's before us. So what is that really speaking to? Does that take into account of all the things that you said that we would be able to take a look at when we set the policy again? It speaks to current hedging approach for a time frame of 3 and 5 year. Does that encompass all that aspect of what you just said earlier? Or?
I would have to ask Councillor Galloway-Seelock to sort of expand on what she's looking for in this motion. I would have some questions into regards to, is it just timing of the years, or is it basically looking at within each of those years what the percentage of the fixed component versus variable would be? That's the sort of information that we would need.
Good.
Or if the direction is to tell us what the gamut is, what's available to you, that's what also we can take. But I would need some guidance as to what's the direction pertaining to.
So finally, a modified approach would be best of both worlds. It would give us consistency and stability where rate setting would be once a year, but at the same time there would be more component of spot rate purchasing. So some aspects of the premiums for long-term purchasing would not be the larger component. It would be minimalized.
That's correct.
Okay, and I'll look to Councillor Galloway-Sealock to provide a little bit more clarity to her motion.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Gazzola first, then back to you, Councillor Galloway-Sealock, for that clarification. Councillor Gazzola.
I'd like to know when this schedule became available that we have. To me, it's a tremendous piece of information, and this is the first I've seen of it. I have had a lot of that information from what was provided previously, but there's been a lot of work put into this, and it's a very valuable piece of information. When did it become available?
Ms. Houston?
Through you, Mr. Chair. That schedule was prepared last week from information that we had on file to respond to Mr. Druitz's inquiry. Most of that information, the rates and so on, are on our website.
Yeah, but this information, and to my way of thinking, should have been presented to the people who were trying to answer the question of the difference between fixed and variable rates, because it does give people an indication of what we're talking about. And to me, that is the question that's been raised and I don't suppose we've meant to be non-transparent, but it does really give you that information. And I see a whole different picture when I see this type of information. And I was going to ask our consultant why this sort of information was not made available, to give people some kind of an idea of what they're really talking about.
When we discussed it originally, people were talking about a 5-year horizon as opposed to presenting the larger picture. So in my understanding, and until 2008 or 2009, the rate policy that Kitchener Utilities employed was actually at a net level ahead of what Union Gas customers were paying. And in the last 5 years, it has not been. So part of the reason was we were trying to ask it in an unbiased way, not looking at what's happened in the past 5 years to present the full picture, and then bringing it back to you, Council, to decide what the policy needs to be.
Well, I disagree. I think it really would have given people some indication of what we were talking about, but that's fine. Thank you. Just one theoretical question from Malcolm. Can customers in Kitchener get their supply of gas from Union Gas?
Through the chair, no, the customers in the city of Kitchener under our service territory cannot get their supply from Union Gas.
They can get it from any other marketer, but not Union Gas.
That is correct.
Yeah. I have been in favor of a pure variable. I don't know that I truly understand where we're going. Like, from what I understand from the figures that I've been provided for previously, we're hedging, but for 2014 you had stated that it was almost 50-50. Is that correct? That our fixed rate, our fixed annual volume was 50% and 50% was variable.
Typically, the supply component of a bill is just over 50% of the total bill. But it does vary depending on the commodity price.
Right now, we're buying 50% on a fixed price and 50% on the spot price. Is that correct?
Currently, where we're at today is at the minimum rails for each of the years going out. So if you go back to that chart with year 1 to year 5,
yes.
If you take a look at the minimum, that's what we have currently in our portfolio, is the minimum. We do not have up to 90%. We only have the minimum right now.
So you have 40%. Because the
For the
figures,
winter of 2014 into 2015, yes, that's all we have.
okay, the figures you had provided previously showed an annual volume of 200 million cubic meters, and 94.3 million was fixed, which is a 47% fixed. Has that changed?
It changes throughout every month that we go through. The portfolio changes based on what the purchases have taken place moving into the future years of the market. But right now, what we've committed to is the minimum rails for the next number of years. That's all we have in our portfolio. Anything that we're doing right now is on the variable market, trying to get our storage levels back up for the winter season coming up.
So you're saying if we go ahead with this policy that's before us, that for next year, we're going to only have 30% fixed? And
If we had the policy, right now we're at 40%, so you would have 60% available for variable for next winter.
Yes. And then in year 2, you're going to go to 30%?
Currently, we have 30 in year 2, so you would have 70% available at a variable rate.
So at this point in time, we're quite slanted towards the variable.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock for clarification and then comments.
I think Mr. Malcolm's going to have to go through some of the clarification that he was requesting because I'm not the expert in this area by any stretch of the imagination. So I'd be more than... I think one of the things that I was looking for with the modified approach was just options for the rails that could be presented to us when the information comes back in May. So that, because I don't feel like I can pick any numbers out of the air to do that today. So that would be one of the things that I would see coming back with the information in May. So what other clarifications do you require? Is that...
No, I just want to make sure that you're looking at a 3-year time period,
right,
and you're looking at a separate 5-year time period,
right,
looking for the different rail options that are available for a decision for each of those, either a 3-year period or a 5-year period that we currently have right now.
That's right. That's what I'm looking for, so that we can really look at those decisions at the time with that information in front of us.
Yep, that's fair.
Well, that's hopefully the clarification that everyone needs. I can quickly, I don't have a whole lot to say about it other than I think the modified approach kind of speaks to what it's not going to please everyone, but it's kind of that middle of the road approach where we can focus on some variable and some fixed and keep that stability or more stability with that approach than more stability than completely variable, but a little less stability than we currently have. And I think that could be the right approach moving forward.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment to the I won't support the resolution. I was hoping that we would go to a completely variable position so that we're totally in touch. We're on the same basis as Union Gas in our surrounding area. When we and one of the from reading the information I've been able to read from staff, one of the shortcomings of this is that we're going to have to come up with rates 4 times a year, and I don't see that as a real hardship, because when we first took this over in '73, for all of the 70s, from '73 on till the first part of 1980, we were on a changing the rates every 4 months. In those days, the supply of natural gas from the west, and that was really volatile, but we managed with that, and by doing that, we were in sync with Union Gas, but yet because of our better service and whatnot, we were coming in with lower rates than Union Gas. I think when we compete on them on a day-to-day basis like that, we're going to come out ahead. So I would prefer to see us go that straight route and be totally comparable with Union Gas and our surrounding area. And the other thing is that, and I've argued this before, that you go to the other gas pump and the prices change every day, and we learn to live with that. And the fluctuations don't need to be that great. I was looking at the period between 2009, I think, and 2013, and the fluctuations in Waterloo. There was really very, very little fluctuation. So it wasn't that people were all of a sudden waking up and there was a big, tremendous change in what they have to budget. So for that reason, I would prefer to see us go back to where we used to be, and that was the way when we bought our gas from Union Gas, and it keeps us completely variable. I think the other way, when you start to get into fixed portions, you're really speculating. You're speculating on what's going to happen, and our governments aren't allowed to speculate in investments and whatnot. We don't have that luxury, and I don't think we should be speculating when we buy our gas.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you. And I think I would be supportive of looking at the modified approach. Whatever your opinion may be with the public engagement or the survey that was done, and I too had some, issues with sometimes the lack of information that was made available to our customers when they asked that question. But I think it's indisputable that one fact is very clear: they're looking at stability. So what we have an opportunity right now to look at the way we set our policy, ensuring that, of course, that we are fair and or the market is fair to our customers with the way we set our policy rate, but at the same time we ensure that the stability that our customers ask for remains the focus point. And one addition to the motion that's before us, I would like to see a 1-year time frame as well. Not to say that's what I may go for. I think at this point we're just really giving staff direction to bring forward varying options so that we can find the right mix that is appropriate to this community. So I'm not so sure if Councillor Galvez-Silak would accept that as a friendly, or I can...
Okay, sorry, I'll ask on your behalf if you don't mind. The question of staff is what the extra time or workload would be of the 1 year before?
No additional.
No additional, okay. So even though we're not accepting things as friendly, we are now. Okay, very good. So that's 1 year.
Okay, all right, good. So with that addition, I think the information that will come before us will present an opportunity for us to find the right balance and be answerable to our customers with the information that we've already received from the survey, and I'm comfortable with going forward with this. Thank you.
Councillor Rubanovich?
Thank you. I too will be supporting the motion that's before us. I think the survey that was done, regardless of whatever misgivings people have, was done in a way that is statistically accurate. I think it provided us with some solid information, and clearly through that information our residents are saying they prefer a more stable approach. They also said in that survey that their tolerance level, the greatest degree of tolerance level, is for shifts in the 10% range. And so that further emphasizes to me a desire to see some degree of stability in the whole process. When I look at the kinds of rates that we're seeing, however temporary they may end up being, right now with Union Gas and Enbridge, that's falling outside of those parameters from what we heard from our residents. And so I think it's incumbent on us to look at some of these options, look at how we find a way that both addresses the needs of a strong majority that are looking for stability, but also the needs of those who are looking to us respond to some of the variability in the rates that can happen. I think the kind of information that will come back in May will allow us to do that.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much. This is a difficult one because, I do have some concerns about whether people were truly making an informed decision. And of course, that's the premise that we reinvested in this extensive survey, and I'm glad we did. But I'm not sure that people fully appreciated the decision they were making. I do think that it would have been beneficial for them to have the understanding of the premium that they're paying. However, while it might be an expensive security blanket, people do seem to prefer stability. And so therefore, I will be supporting the motion. I do think that, in an ideal world, we would like to have a free market and pursue the lowest cost alternative for our citizens. In this case, our citizens have told us they're looking for some stability. And I do think this gives us an opportunity to try and optimize the blend of price and stability. So I'm not sure about the length of time where this will land. I do think we need to revisit this again, because if, as the delegations have pointed out, there is stability to be forecasted for the next 15 years, I think we do owe it to our citizens to say, look, things have flatlined, and perhaps there is an opportunity here, and to share this information in a more fulsome way. So I'm supportive of this motion, and we'll see where it goes.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Through you, Chair Davey, I think it's pretty obvious that the public does not want variable rates when it comes to gas. 74% would prefer stable rates. The previous engagement with the public, whatever it was 6-7 years ago, stated the same thing. It's overwhelming in support for stable rates. The report was very detailed and thorough. I don't know how you can ignore those results. Having an extensive financial background, the results of the public consultation process are bang on, from what I learned over the years as a financial planner. There's a reason why there's a GIC market that's in the billions, and short-term investments that are in the billions, because people like security. And not only that, the older you are as an individual, they like to be conservative. So as far as being risk takers, I could have saved us all that money and said, don't do the survey. But I think we wouldn't be doing our job. So I think the job just reinforced what I already knew. The argument about gas rates to gasoline is like comparing oranges to apples. You always pay higher with gasoline. It never goes down. The public has built a trust with the municipality, and they expect us to look out for their needs. And that's what we are doing, and which is why we did this report. And the report again says stable rates. So I'm all supportive of Councillor Galloway-Seelock's motion, because what I call an industry is when you do a modified hedging approach, what we're looking at, it's called rebalancing, and it's healthy to do that. So I'm all for it.
Councillor Yaneski.
I'm struggling with this, as I think probably the average Joe citizen would be, in terms of where to go on this. In terms of the handout that we just received, I studied it, and I think some great pieces of information. Had I known this ahead of time, it would be giving me a better appreciation of knowing what's been happening out in the market. And I think if the average citizen had that as well when he was being surveyed, that would have helped them as well. I had no idea what the rates are and what's out there without really looking at the bottom line, as pointing out that when everybody says that my bill is $200 one month and then next month it's $250, well, yeah, maybe it's been a colder winter and I have to pay now more. But then come summertime, I'm only paying $60. So it does balance unless you're paying a flat rate throughout the whole year, and that's another sort of scenario. I should also mention that when this report and survey was being done, I happened to be, I guess maybe coincidentally, one of those that were telephoned as well to take the survey. I didn't realize that initially, but in the end, I did take the survey to see where it was coming from in terms of the process. And I found it a very much of a struggle to answer some of the questions in terms of an opinion compared to other market conditions, because if you don't have the information, you're asked right on the spot, you got to make a decision within 2 seconds as to what your opinion is on this or that and whether it's gone up or down. And I found that very challenging and difficult to do. Other than answering simple questions, it's your age group and your where you live and how you're being billed or whatever. Also question in terms of some of the comments on serviceability, on whether you're happy with the service that you're getting and whether you're getting hot water heaters and stuff of this nature. And I thought, how relevant is that to this process? I find it difficult to support this particular motion because I think if we're locking ourselves in to future rates, this is what we want. You know, it's just sort of like similar mortgages were pointed out. But I mean, if we're going to be locking ourselves into a 3 or 5 year rate that's going to be high, well, I don't think we're going to be very happy. But if we know that the rates are going to be very low and there's that opportunity to lock in there, maybe that's a great idea. But then we won't know until those things unfold. So I think in the meantime, we just sort of follow the market rates and sort of see what happens, and maybe in the future council meetings in months from now or a year from now, maybe we can make a decision when we know the rates are low and we can lock in then. But at this point in time, I can't support the motion.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, just very quickly, through you, Mr. Chair, I support the motion, and I just want to comment that I'm astounded, actually I'm gobsmacked that we spend so much time around this table pontificating about not going to the public, not listening to the public. Then we go out and we get the public opinion, and we find that 74% tell us they want fixed rates. And then Mr. Druitt and Councillor Gazzola say we should ignore those findings. I'm just bewildered by that. But I will be supporting the motion.
You can respond, yes, certainly. Councillor Gazzola?
Do I get a chance to...
Yeah, you can rebut.
I would like to read. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, no. I take exception to the fact to say that I'm not listening to the people. My point that I made is that I don't think the people were given all of the information. And on that basis, had they been given all of the information, perhaps they might agree with the position that I'm taking. So don't throw it out that I'm not listening to the people. And I will stand and account for the position that I am taking.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. It's been a really difficult thing for me to understand this whole process, and I think I understand it a bit better through the survey and sitting at the focus groups. What I found very interesting was the number of people at the focus groups who said, I have to pay it, whatever I have to pay it. I need to heat my house. And that piece just resonated, kept sticking with me. So when I think about whether we should have a fixed rate or a variable rate or a combination of the two, they're still saying, what I heard, I'm going to pay it no matter what. I have to heat my house. I have to pay my water rates. So I would like to see us investigate a little bit further the variable option, and I'm afraid that if we go into the current hedging approach, that we may be locking in again, and we may be having significantly higher rates than what our neighbors who are paying at the union gas rates. So at this point, I am not going to support the motion. It's not to say that I won't change my mind when it comes back.
I've put in put considerable thought behind this. I believe, the sole councillor that voted against having this survey. And it was largely because I think it was misrepresented somewhat. It wasn't because I didn't think that the residents or customers could understand the mathematics behind it and the costs. It was that I didn't think they would be able to understand it within the context of, say, a telephone call or a Kitchener Ranger game, that sort of thing. And having said that, while the survey was conducted properly, it doesn't help me make a decision. My line of questioning, actually I want to speak very briefly too about the difference between Union and Kitchener Utilities. It's been said before, but I think it's worth mentioning again, that staff didn't make any error in the discrepancy between Union and Kitchener Utilities rates over the years. Their only flaw really was not being able to predict the financial collapse, in which case they're in the same company as Warren Buffett. So if that's your rationale, then you can stick with it. Having said that, the decision I'm coming to, I won't be supporting the motion because the problem is it doesn't offer any choice. The motion is fantastic as it is if there's only one possible option, but I don't think that has to be the case. I think that we can offer our residents choice. And how do we do that? Well, if we use any sort of speculative model, then that lessens or reduces the incentive for any private sector operator to copy what we're doing. If we move to a variable rate model, we can offer that and that alone, and then it will create an opportunity for the private sector to put together the exact sort of motion we have before us, and they would have their built-in profits and people would have their option for stability. I think that is the only option for choice. Part of the problem as well is that we've spent years sort of warning our residents that the door-to-door people are, frankly, shysters. I think if we move to a variable model, we need to look at having some sort of confidence type program or something where we can point to a private sector operator and say that they are on the up and up. So if residents want a fixed or long-term stable model, they have that option. But if we do it the way that we're looking at it now, residents will never in the city of Kitchener have an option for variable. So I won't be supporting the motion based entirely on choice. And actually, on the one last point I would like to make is, although equalized billing doesn't solve all of the problems, there is an option of equalized billing that spreads out the cost from the winter months to the summer months, basically the entire year. And yes, if we go to the variable rate model, it will fluctuate from year to year, but that difference will be spread out among the entire year. So there is an element of stability in that, even if they stay with the city of Kitchener. So with that, the motion is on the floor. Recorded vote has been called. Those in favor? And opposed? The motion carries. Okay, we now, as I understand, we need to grab a bite to eat, and we do have... No? Mayor's there?